Imagine you see a strange light in the sky, and suddenly, someone knocks at your door. Men dressed in black, faces calm but cold, telling you to forget what you saw. Who are they? Where do they come from? And why do they appear whenever secrets from the stars are revealed? Tonight, you'll step into the hidden world of the men in black, where mystery never sleeps. It always starts the same way: a dream, a fragment, a memory you are not sure belongs to you. You are lying beneath a sky that does not feel like it belongs to this earth. The stars above shimmer in strange patterns, pulsing softly, almost as though they are alive. You try to remember how you came here, onto this quiet field, lying in the soft grass, but the memory bends, fractures, dissolves the moment you reach for it. The air is still, almost too still. Even the crickets seem to hush, as if the entire world is holding its breath, waiting for something unseen. You close your eyes, and a whisper passes through the night. Do not remember. Do not speak. The words don't sound like words at all, more like a vibration deep in your chest. And yet, you know exactly what they mean. You open your eyes again, and for a moment, you are a child. The grass around you is taller, the sky wider, and the universe feels like an ocean far too deep for you to ever swim across. Shadows stretch along the horizon. A farmhouse lamp glows dimly in the distance. Somewhere, a dog barks once, then falls silent. But above you, the stars shift. One of them begins to move. It is small at first, a faint speck darting across the black sea of night. Then another follows, and another. They flicker in strange geometries, moving in angles no aircraft could follow. Sharp turns, perfect arcs. You do not know why, but your heart beats slower, not faster. Instead of panic, you feel a pull. A strange calm wraps around you, like the night itself is whispering for you to stay still, to watch, to listen. You take a deep breath. The air feels heavier than it should. Every inhalation tastes metallic, as if thunder is building far away. The stars dance, then merge, 3 lights becoming one. And as the light grows, you hear the sound. Not mechanical, not natural. A low hum, like the earth itself is vibrating beneath you. It is not sound at all, not really. It is inside your bones, in your teeth, in the hollow of your skull. Do not look, do not remember. The voice comes again, but you cannot help it. You keep staring, unable to blink. The light lowers. It does not fall. It glides, effortless, smooth, like something sliding through water. You try to rise, but your body feels too heavy, as if gravity has doubled just for you. You lift your hand, sluggish, slow, and in the reflection of your fingernails, you see the glow of the craft. And then you hear it, the crunch of footsteps in the grass, soft, deliberate, too close. Your breath catches, your chest tightens, but you cannot turn your head. The footsteps stop, and then, just at the edge of your vision, you see him, a man, or something shaped like one, dressed in black from head to toe. His suit looks too perfect, too pressed, as though it has never been worn before this very moment. His skin is pale, his face thin, and when he tilts his head toward you, the moonlight reveals a smile. But the smile does not move his eyes. His eyes stay fixed, unblinking. He does not speak aloud. Instead, his voice is inside your mind. Forget what you saw. You want to answer. You want to ask who he is, why he is here, why the light above you hums louder with every passing second. But no words escape your lips. The man in black kneels beside you. His movements are fluid, too fluid, like a puppet guided by invisible strings. He leans closer, and for the first time you notice, his skin is not quite right, almost waxy, almost artificial. His lips move a fraction of a second after the voice enters your head. Do not speak of this. Do not remember. The hum in the air deepens. The craft above begins to shift, its light sweeping over the field in a silent arc. You can feel it pressing against your chest, pushing your heartbeat into rhythm with its vibration. Your eyelids grow heavy, your breath slows. The grass beneath you feels like it's pulling you downward, as if the earth itself wants to swallow you whole. The man in black straightens, his silhouette stretches against the glow, and for the faintest instant his shape flickers, not one figure but many, overlapping, as though he is not singular, but a shadow of something far larger. Your body trembles, not with fear, but with a strange awe. The light above swells, brighter, larger, until the night sky itself is drowned in white. You are no longer sure if you are awake or dreaming or somewhere in between. You will forget. The whisper echoes one final time, and then darkness. When you awaken, it is morning. The field is empty. The sky is ordinary. Birds sing as though nothing has happened. You try to rise, your body stiff, your throat dry, and when you glance at your wrist, you notice a mark. 3 tiny dots burned into the skin, forming a triangle. You blink. You rub the skin. The mark does not fade. You stand, your legs trembling, the memory slipping away like mist at dawn. Was it a daughter, aim? Or was it the beginning of something you were never meant to remember? As you walk back toward the house, the world feels the same, yet every sound, the wind, the rustling leaves, the distant bark of a dog, feels sharpened, unfamiliar. And then, just before you reach the door, you see it, a car, black, polished, too clean for the dusty road it sits upon. It waits at the end of the street, engine silent, windows too dark to see through. You freeze, your breath shallow, your pulse quickening again, and then the car slowly pulls away. No sound, no trace of tires in the dirt, just gone. You close your eyes. The hum returns in your memory, vibrating through your bones. You try to forget, but the dream has only just begun. It begins in silence, the kind of silence that lingers even in daylight, as though the streets themselves are holding their breath. You remember your small town not by its noise, but by the stillness between sounds. The creak of a wooden porch, the soft rattle of wind against shutters, the distant toll of a church bell carried faintly across the hills. Life here is simple, measured, predictable, and yet, beneath the rhythm of ordinary days, something darker seems to breathe, unseen, unheard, waiting. You walk down Main Street in the cool morning air. The town is awake, but only just. A few shops have begun to open, their doors swinging outward with a sigh. The bakery fills the air with the smell of warm bread, but it doesn't soothe you. Instead, the scent clings to your memory like smoke, reminding you of a night not long ago when the stars shifted in ways they should not. No one else speaks of it. At the cafe, the same people sit in the same chairs, sipping the same coffee, discussing the same local news. They nod to you politely, their voices calm and unchanging, but their eyes flicker toward you, just briefly, as though they know something they will not say. You keep walking. The houses are lined in neat rows, their porches decorated with rocking chairs, wind chimes, and faded photographs framed on walls just beyond the glass. But to you, each home feels like a stage set, quiet, polished, and unreal, as though all of it has been arranged to hide something no one wants to acknowledge. You reach the end of the street where the town fades into the fields. The grass bends in the morning breeze, but you still remember how it bent the night of the lights, when the hum filled the sky and pressed against your chest. You swallow. You try to forget, but forgetting is no longer possible, because the silence in this town isn't natural. It's protective. It's watching. At school, when you were younger, the whispers had already begun. You didn't think much of them then. Children told stories about shadows that visited at night, men who came to doors after strange lights in the sky. They were just stories, or so you thought. Fragments of imagination born from boredom in a quiet town where nothing exciting ever happened. But now, years later, those whispers feel heavier. You remember them with new clarity. Don't tell them what you saw. They come if you talk. They take people away. You'd laughed once, even repeated the stories yourself, weaving them into games with friends under the playground swings. But then you saw them. You remember the pale man in the suit, the perfect tie, the voice inside your head. And suddenly the stories aren't funny anymore. You walk home as the sun begins to sink. The street lamps flicker one by one, pale orange against the growing blue. The town feels deserted, though you know it isn't. Curtains twitch as you pass by, glimpses of eyes quickly vanishing back into shadow. You pause at the corner, staring at a familiar house. The memory surfaces unbidden. It was there, years ago, when a boy from your school disappeared. He had claimed he saw something, a silver disc gliding silently above the cornfields. He told everyone. He described it in detail, right down to the way the light shimmered across its surface. Days later, he was gone. His family packed up overnight. No farewell, no explanation. By morning, the house stood empty, as though it had been abandoned for years. The windows dark, the lawn overgrown. His name was no longer spoken at school. Even the teachers avoided it, as though it had been erased from their minds. And now, staring at the darkened windows, you wonder if you'll be next. That evening, you sit on your porch. The cicadas sing in the distance, their rhythm endless, hypnotic. The stars slowly emerge above, scattered like diamonds across black velvet. And you feel it again, the stillness, the kind of stillness that comes before something arrives. Your eyes drift to the road. A car passes by, headlights cutting briefly across your face before vanishing down the curve of the hill. For a moment, you think it's nothing, just another traveler. But then, an unease creeps in. The car was too clean, too black. Its headlights didn't hum like they should. And though you couldn't see the driver, you swear the silhouette inside wasn't moving at all. You shift in your chair, the wood groaning softly beneath you. The wind chime sways once, twice, then falls still, as if the air itself has frozen. And then, in the silence, you hear it again. A whisper, not outside, inside. We are watching. Sleep does not come easily that night. When it does, it is shallow, dreamlike, uncertain. You drift between memory and dream, unsure where one ends and the other begins. In one fragment, you are standing in the middle of Main Street. The stores are open, but no one is inside. Every chair is empty, every counter deserted, yet you hear voices, muffled, overlapping, too many at once. Forget, forget, forget. In another, you are back in the field, the light pressing down on you, the man's pale face bending closer, his smile carved into his features like a mask. You will not remember. And then you wake, gasping, your skin damp, your heart heavy. The clock beside your bed reads 3:03 a.m. The room is dark, but you are not alone. At the edge of your vision, near the window, you see it. A shape, still, watching. A man, black suit, black hat. And when you blink, he is gone. Morning returns. You rise, unsettled, but the world greets you as though nothing happened. The sun spills across rooftops. Neighbors greet one another in familiar tones, and the town resumes its routine. But you know the silence hides something. You know the town has secrets, and deep inside, you know that you have already seen too much. It begins with a sky too ordinary to notice. The air is cool, the night crickets sing, and the old wooden fence along the field creaks with the shifting wind. You are younger then, small enough that the world feels impossibly large, but old enough to sense when something is wrong. That evening had started like any other. Dinner at the table, the low hum of your father's radio in the background, the clatter of dishes, the ordinary sounds of an ordinary family in an ordinary town. But even then, something in your chest felt unsettled, a quiet ache, a weight in the air. It wasn't until later, when you stepped outside into the cool night, that you realized why. The stars, they weren't right. The field stretched out before you, golden grass swaying in the wind, carrying the faint smell of soil and dew. Above, the heavens opened wide, the constellations familiar but somehow shifted. You couldn't explain it at first. You tilted your head, tracing the lines your father had once pointed out to you. Orion, Cassiopeia, the Dipper. But the stars didn't sit where they should. They pulsed. They shimmered with a strange, almost liquid glow, as if something were bending them from behind. And then you saw it. A light, not a star, not a plane, something else. It moved too quickly for a satellite, too smoothly for a jet. A small, brilliant point gliding across the darkness, trailing no sound, no exhaust. At first you thought it might be your imagination, the trick of tired eyes beneath a wide sky. But the longer you stared, the more undeniable it became. The light slowed, then stopped. Right above you, your breath caught in your chest. The night air pressed down heavier, thicker, as though time itself was being pulled taut like a thread. The cicadas went silent, the wind stilled, even the grass seemed to freeze. And there it was, hovering, watching. You wanted to look away, but your eyes refused. It was beautiful in a way you cannot describe. A pure, cold radiance, glowing with a silvery sheen that seemed both near and impossibly far. At moments, it looked small, like a lantern above the trees. At others, it seemed vast, stretching across the entire horizon. You blinked. It was still there. And then, slowly, It began to move, not in a line, not in a path like any aircraft you'd ever seen. It darted. Sharp angles, sudden halts, impossible speed. One moment near the horizon, the next directly above you. Each movement defied the rules of the sky, as if gravity meant nothing at all. Your skin prickled. The air buzzed faintly, like static, and then came the sound. Not loud, not clear, just a low hum, so soft you wondered if it was even sound at all, or if it was inside your head. "Do not look," the whisper slithered through your thoughts, breaking the silence. You spun, half expecting someone to be behind you, but the yard was empty. Only the fence, only the trees, only the stillness of a night that no longer felt like your own. But the voice lingered. "Do not remember." You stumbled backward toward the porch. Your hand gripped the railing, your knuckles pale, your breath shallow. The light followed. It didn't rush, didn't swoop. It simply slid through the sky with impossible grace, stopping every few feet as though testing your gaze. Your heart thudded against your ribs. You wanted to scream for your parents, to shout for someone to come and see what you were seeing, but the words froze in your throat. Something about the silence of the town, about the empty sky, told you not to break it. So you stood there, trembling, staring, and then, without warning, the light blinked out, gone, as if it had never been. For a moment, the world returned to normal. The cicadas resumed their song. The wind rustled the trees again. Your own breathing sounded loud in your ears. But the sky above remained empty. You should have felt relief. You should have convinced yourself it was nothing, just a trick of your eyes, a passing aircraft, something explainable. But then you saw it again. Not above, not far away, closer, at the edge of the field, hovering just above the treetops, glowing like a lantern no one had lit. You stepped forward without meaning to. Something inside you wanted to run, to hide, but your legs betrayed you. Each step carried you nearer, your feet crunching softly in the dirt. Your eyes locked on that impossible glow. The hum deepened. The vibration crawled into your bones. And then, just before you reached the fence, it shifted again. This time, you weren't sure you had moved at all. The field stretched, distorted, as though distance itself no longer obeyed. The trees flickered, their shapes bending and rippling like reflections in water. And the light, oh, the light, pulsed brighter, filling your vision until everything else fell away. You blinked, and suddenly, you weren't standing in the field anymore. You were floating, weightless. You spent in a darkness that was not night, but something deeper. That was when you heard them. Not one voice. Many, whispers overlapping, weaving through your mind like threads in a tapestry. Do not look. Do not speak. Do not remember. Each word echoed with a tone that was neither kind nor cruel, but absolute. You tried to call out, but no sound came. You tried to move, but your body did not answer. Only your thoughts remained, spinning endlessly in the void, tethered only to that pulsing light. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. You woke lying in the grass. The field was quiet again. The stars sat where they belonged. The hum had faded, but you knew you had seen something that was not supposed to exist. Your skin tingled. Your chest felt heavy. Your mind swirled with fragments you could not explain. And when you looked down at your hand, you saw it. A faint mark. 3 small dots, burned into your skin in the shape of a triangle. You touched it with trembling fingers. It didn't hurt, but it didn't fade either. You swallowed, your throat dry, your breath uneven. And for the first time in your life, you realized the world was not what it seemed. The morning after the light, the world tries to pretend that nothing has changed. The sun rises as it always does, spilling gold across the rooftops and painting the town in colors too bright for the night you just endured. Birds sing from telephone wires, their calls ordinary, familiar, unbothered. Your footsteps on the cracked sidewalk are the same steady rhythm they have always been, echoing lightly as you make your way toward the red-bricked building that holds your school. But you are not the same. The marks on your wrist burn faintly beneath your sleeve, though no one else can see them. You can feel them, though, the way they hum like faint electricity beneath your skin, the way they pulse sometimes in rhythm with your heartbeat. You pull your sleeve lower, hiding them even from yourself. The school looms ahead, its flag swaying in the morning wind. Children gather in clumps on the front lawn, backpacks hanging from shoulders, voices rising in chatter and laughter. To them, nothing is different. The world has not shifted. The stars are just stars, but you know otherwise. You step through the doors. The hallways stretch before you, long and pale, lockers lining either side. Shoes squeak on the polished floor. Teachers' voices echo faintly from classrooms. Everything feels normal, but in that normalcy lies the first fracture. You hear it in the way the whispers travel. Not laughter, not gossip, something softer. You pass a group of students huddled by the lockers. Their voices drop when you approach. Their eyes flick toward you before darting away. You catch fragments, words carried just faintly enough for you to hear. The light, last night, they come if you talk. Your stomach knots. You keep walking, forcing your pace steady, but the whispers follow like shadows. Class begins. You take your seat by the window, staring out at the trees beyond the playground. The teacher drones on about history, about wars fought long before you were born, but the words wash over you like static. All you can think of is the hum, the glow, the triangle etched into your skin. You glance around the classroom. Your classmates scribble notes, tap pencils, whisper jokes behind raised hands. But every now and then, you catch one of them looking at you. Not openly, not long, just a quick flicker of eyes, a glance that lingers a fraction too long before snapping away. It is as if they know, as if everyone knows. At lunch, you sit alone at the far table. The cafeteria buzzes with noise, trays clattering, voices rising and falling. But it feels muted to you, distant. Your food sits untouched. Across the room, another cluster of students leans close together, whispering. You can't hear them over the clamor, but you don't need to. You know their words are the same stories you once told yourself as nothing more than campfire tales, playground games. The men in black. They have always been there in the background of the town's folklore, spoken of only in half-serious tones. Someone sees a strange light in the sky, and the very next night, men in black suits appear at their door, calm, polite, but wrong somehow. They ask questions no one can answer. They take things no one can find again. Photographs, journals, memories. And then, after they leave, silence follows. You used to laugh at those stories, used to repeat them with your friends, daring one another to stay up late, to peek through the curtains in case a car pulled up outside. But now the laughter feels hollow. Now you know the light was real. And if the light is real, then so are the whispers. So are the men. By the time the final bell rings, the whispers have grown into something heavier. You gather your books, step into the hallway, and hear them everywhere. Don't tell. They'll cone. Me for you. Happened before. The voices slide along the walls, follow you through the corridors. You push through the doors into the sunlight, your heart heavy, your mind buzzing. The other children scatter, rushing home, their laughter echoing across the streets. You walk slower, weighed down by the memory of the light, the hum, the voice that told you not to remember. But how can you not? Every step you take is haunted by the mark on your wrist. That night, you sit at your desk, homework spread before you. The pencil rests in your hand, but the numbers on the page blur, meaningless. You glance toward the window. The sky has deepened to twilight. Stars prick through the darkness. Your chest tightens. You wait for it, the shimmer, the impossible movement, the glow that will split the heavens open again. But the sky remains still. You breathe out, shaky, unsure whether to feel relief or disappointment. And then you hear it, a voice outside, faint, almost a whisper. You freeze, every muscle tense, straining to listen. Children's voices. They're repeating something. Don't look, don't speak, don't remember. Your stomach drops. You rush to the window, pressing your face to the glass. The street is empty. No children, no one at all. Just the night, just the shadows stretching long across the road. You back away, heart pounding, breath shallow. The voices are still in your head, echoing like a chant. You grip your wrist, fingers digging into the marks burned into your skin. They pulse faintly, as if in answer. And you know, with a certainty you cannot explain, that the whispers are not only in the school hallways. They are everywhere now. They have found you. The next morning, the school feels different, quieter. When you step inside, the hallways seem longer, the ceilings higher, the lights dimmer. You wonder if it's just your eyes, or if the building itself is changing, bending around you. Students move around you in silence, their voices muted. You try to catch someone's gaze, but every eye slips away. You are no longer part of their world. You something separate now. In the classroom, your desk feels colder. The teacher's voice fades in and out, words dissolving like mist. You rest your head on your arms, fighting the heaviness in your eyelids, and as you drift, you hear it again, those whispers slithering through the cracks of consciousness. We are watching. Your head jerks up. The classroom is silent. Everyone stares at their work. No one looks at you, but in the reflection of the window, you see something. For just a second, a figure standing outside, dressed in black, staring in. When you blink, it's gone. The school bell rings. The day ends. You gather your things with trembling hands, the whispers still weaving through your mind. Outside, the town looks unchanged. The same houses, the same sidewalks, the same trees swaying in the breeze. But you feel the difference now. The world has shifted, tilted, just slightly, enough that you can never see it the same way again. The whispers are with you still, not from mouths, not from books, from somewhere else entirely. And as you walk home beneath the darkening sky, you realize that what you once thought of as just stories, rumors, playground tales, idle whispers, are not stories at all. They are warnings. Warnings you failed to heed. You close your eyes that night, pulling the blanket tight around you, but sleep does not come easily. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the walls, every sigh of the wind feels like footsteps in the hallway, voices in the dark. The whispers repeat, softer now, almost soothing. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. They lull you toward sleep, but not toward peace. And as you drift, the last thing you see in the edge of your mind is a figure waiting by the window, unmoving, unblinking, dressed in black. Watching, always watching. It begins with a feeling, not a sound, not a sight, just a feeling, the kind of feeling that wakes you in the middle of the night, without reason, without warning. You open your eyes, your chest heavy, your breath shallow, and you know before you even look, something is wrong. Something is there. The room is dark, but not completely. Moonlight spills faintly through the curtains, casting thin silver lines across the floorboards. The air is still, heavier than it should be. The clock ticks slowly on the dresser. Everything seems normal, ordinary, except for the feeling, the one that tells you that you are not alone. You lie there, frozen beneath the blanket, your ears straining. The house is silent. No footsteps, no creaks, no sound at all, except the slow, steady tick of the clock. Yet every nerve in your body tells you that someone is watching. Your eyes drift to the window. At first, it is only shadow, the curtain swaying gently in the night air. You tell yourself it's nothing, only the breeze, only your imagination still tangled in dream. But then you see it, a shape, tall, still, standing just beyond the glass. Your breath catches in your throat. The figure does not move, it simply stands there, framed by the pale glow of moonlight. You cannot see its face, only the outline, a wide-brimmed hat, a long coat, shoulders square and rigid, the silhouette of a man, but no ordinary man. Because even through the glass, even in the dim light, you feel the wrongness. His stillness is too perfect, his shape too sharp, his presence too heavy. And then you see the eyes, two pale circles gleaming faintly in the dark, not glowing, not shining, but reflecting light that isn't there. They do not blink, they do not move, they simply watch. You want to scream, to leap from the bed, to call for your parents, but your body will not obey. You are pinned in place, your breath shallow, your limbs heavy. The weight of his gaze presses against your chest, as if the very act of being seen is enough to trap you. Seconds pass, minutes, maybe. Time bends beneath the silence. The figure does not move, not even to shift its weight. Only the curtain stirs, brushing lightly against the glass, as though mocking you. And then you hear it, a whisper, not outside, inside. Do not look. The words slide through your mind, smooth, deliberate, without sound. You bite down on your tongue, forcing yourself not to cry out. The voice comes again. Do not speak. Your chest tightens, tears sting your eyes. And then, do not remember. You blink. The figure is gone. The window is empty, the curtain swaying softly, moonlight spilling across the floor. Your breath rushes out in a shudder, your body trembling as the paralysis loosens its grip. You sit up, clutching the blanket to your chest, your eyes fixed on the glass. Nothing, no one, but the feeling remains. You are not alone, not anymore. The next morning, sunlight pours through the same window, bright and harmless. You tell yourself it was a dream, a trick of half-sleep, nothing more. But when you step closer, when your hand brushes the glass, you see it. A smudge, a faint outline, the size of a palm, as though someone had pressed a hand flat against the window from the outside. Your stomach twists. You back away, your breath quickening. No dream leaves fingerprints. At school, you try to carry on. You sit in your desk, listen to the lessons, but your thoughts drift again and again to the figure, to the eyes that did not blink, to the whisper that echoed through your head. When the bell rings, you linger in the hall. The other children chatter, laugh, scatter into the afternoon. You catch fragments again, those whispers that follow you wherever you go, at the window, watching all night. Don't let them in. You freeze, your pulse loud in your ears. No one is looking at you, but you know those words are for you, always for you. That night, you cannot sleep. You lie awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the slow creak of the house. Every groan of wood, every sigh of the wind sets your nerves on edge. The hours drag. Midnight comes. Then 1 o'clock, 2. You close your eyes, drifting, but the feeling wakes you again. The same as before, heavy, watching, waiting. You turn your head toward the window, and there he is. The same figure, the same hat, the same pale, unblinking eyes. Your heart pounds, your breath catches, but this time, something is different. He moves, slowly. His hand rises, deliberate, until it presses once more against the glass. The same palm, the same smudge. The curtain trembles against it, and then his lips move, not in sound, in silence, forming words you cannot hear but somehow know. Forget, your vision blurs, the world tilts, darkness edges your sight, and then, no thing. When you wake, the room is empty, the window is clear, the sun is rising, but your memory clings, sharp and unshakable. The man was there. He touched the glass. He spoke without speaking. You glance at your wrist. The 3 dots burn faintly, brighter than before. You cover them quickly, pulling your sleeve down, your breath unsteady. The visitor is no longer just a whisper in the night. He is here, watching, waiting. The nights that follow blur together. Sometimes you see him, sometimes you don't, but the feeling never leaves. You stop sleeping fully, waking again and again with your eyes fixed on the window, certain you will find him there. Sometimes the glass is empty, sometimes the curtain stirs when there is no breeze, sometimes the palm print reappears, faint and ghostly. The whispers grow louder. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. They repeat until the words lose meaning, until they are only rhythm, vibration, command. You wonder if the whispers are his voice, or if they belong to something else, something greater, something that commands even him. But you do not dare ask, because you know, now more than ever, that asking will bring them closer. On the 5th night, you make a mistake. You look directly into his eyes. They widen slightly, as if acknowledging your defiance. For the first time, the corners of his mouth curl upward, stretching into a smile that is wrong, too wide, too sharp. And in that smile, you hear a new whisper. Now you cannot forget. The day begins as though nothing has changed. The sky is pale blue, the air carries the scent of cut grass, and the town hums with the same quiet routine you have always known. Cars roll past, their engines muted. Neighbors wave politely from porches. Children ride bicycles down the sidewalks, their laughter too ordinary to belong to the world you now inhabit. But you are different. You are not part of this rhythm anymore. You move through it like a shadow, detached, separate, always listening for the sound that doesn't belong, always watching for the figure that returns to your window when the sun goes down. At school, you feel the shift. Teachers smile, but their voices falter when they speak to you. Students glance, whisper, look away. You tell yourself it is paranoia, but the feeling is too sharp to ignore. Their eyes linger just long enough to suggest they know something, or that someone has told them to stay quiet. You try to sit still, to be ordinary, but the mark on your wrist pulses beneath your sleeve like a heartbeat that isn't yours. It is a secret you cannot escape, even in the brightest daylight. And then the questions begin. It happens first in the hallway. You are at your locker, The metal door cool beneath your fingertips when a man appears beside you. Not a teacher, not a parent, a man you have never seen before. His suit is black, pressed crisp, too formal for the school. His tie is straight, his shoes shine like glass, and his skin seems almost too pale under the fluorescent lights. "Did you see something unusual last night?" he asks. His voice is calm, even gentle, but there is something behind it, a cadence that doesn't fit, as though the words were rehearsed, copied from memory. Your mouth goes dry. You want to answer, to deny, to deflect, but the weight of his eyes pins you in place. They are dark, unblinking, like glass marbles fixed upon you, and he tilts his head. "Did you see the light?" The words settle heavy in the air. You open your mouth, but no sound comes. The man smiles. The expression is perfect, too perfect, as though sculpted rather than lived. "It is important that you tell the truth," he says softly. "We only want to help." And then, without another word, he turns and walks away. His footsteps echo down the hall, fading into silence. You blink. When you look again, he is gone. That night, you sit at the dinner table with your family. Plates clatter, forks scrape, voices rise and fall in ordinary conversation. Yet the moment you open your mouth to speak of what happened, the words vanish. Your tongue stumbles, your mind blanks, your throat constricts. You manage only fragments. "A man at school asked me," before your parents changed the subject, smiling as though they didn't hear. But you saw it, the flicker in their eyes. They heard, they know, they just won't speak of it. The next day, it happens again. You are walking home when another man steps from a parked car. Black suit, black tie, black hat this time, wide-brimmed, casting a shadow across his face. "Excuse me," he says, his tone polite, too polite. "Have you noticed anything unusual in the sky?" You stop, your chest tightening. The car behind him gleams too clean for the dusty road. Its windows are black mirrors, reflecting only the sky. The man's smile never wavers. "Strange lights? Odd sounds? Missing time?" Each word drops like a stone into water. You shift your weight, your throat dry. You want to ask who he is, what he means, but before you can speak, he tilts his head, as if listening to something you cannot hear. Then he says, "We only wish to protect you. It would be better if you forget." And with that, he opens the car door, steps inside, and the vehicle pulls away. No engine roar, no dust stirred. It vanishes into the road as though it had never been. Sleep eludes you that night. You lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, your pulse quickening with every creak of the house. You know they will come again. Not the light this time, not the visitor at the window. The men, the ones who ask. And when the knock comes, it is softer than you expect. You freeze, the blanket clutched to your chest. The clock reads 3:12 a.m. The house is silent. Knock, knock, knock. Slow, deliberate. You rise, legs trembling, heart pounding. Step by step, you make your way down the hallway, the sound echoing through the quiet house. At the door, you hesitate. Every instinct screams not to open it, but your hand moves anyway. The door creaks, and there they are. Two men, identical suits, identical ties, identical smiles. Their skin is pale, their faces smooth, almost waxen. Their eyes reflect the faint glow of the porch light, unblinking. "May we come in?" one asks. His voice is calm, perfectly measured. Before you can answer, they step inside. They sit at your kitchen table, hands folded neatly, as though they belong there. You stand across from them, too stunned to speak. "We have some questions," one says. His partner nods. "Did you see something unusual?" Your mouth opens. The memory of the light burns in your mind, the hum in your bones, the mark on your wrist. But the words tangle, dissolve, vanish before you can speak. "Act them." The man tilts his head, smiling slightly. "Take your time. We only need the truth." You swallow hard. I don't know." The smile widens. "You don't remember?" The second man leans closer. His movements are too smooth, like a puppet pulled on strings. His breath is cold against your skin as he whispers, "It would be better if you forget." Your vision swims. The world blurs. And then, darkness. You wake in your bed. The sun is rising. The kitchen is empty. The door is locked. For a moment, you convince yourself it was only a dream. A strange, lingering dream. But when you lift your sleeve, the mark on your wrist pulses again, brighter than ever. You know it wasn't a dream. They were there. They asked. And they will return. The days blur after that. The men appear in different places, sometimes outside the school, watching from across the street, sometimes in the store, standing too still in the aisle, sometimes by your house, the black car idling in silence at the curb, always asking, always watching, always smiling. The questions change, but the meaning is the same. Did you see the light? Do you remember? Will you speak of this? And always the final command. It would be better if you forget. You don't know how long it continues. Days, weeks, time bends around them, stretches, fractures. You begin to lose track of when you are awake and when you are dreaming. Sometimes their faces appear in both. The whispers haunt you still. Do not look. Do not speak. Do not remember. But one thing becomes clear. They are not asking questions to know. They are asking to remind you that they know, that they are listening, that they are always near. It begins with desperation. You tell yourself that you only want to be certain, that what you saw wasn't just some fragment of dream. The light, the figure at the window, the questions asked by men with waxen smiles, all of it feels too unreal, too fragile, like mist that might dissolve the moment you breathe. And yet the mark on your wrist burns steady, a reminder that none of it can be denied. So you decide to prove it. You find the old camera in the drawer, the one your father used years ago on family trips, when photographs were meant to freeze the ordinary joys of picnics, birthdays, parades. The metal is cool in your hands, heavier than you remembered, but it feels steady, real, unlike the memories that already begin to blur at the edges. That night, you sit on the porch, the camera resting in your lap. The town is silent, still, the fields stretching into the dark. You wait. The hours drag, the sky deepens, the stars shimmer faintly. For a time, nothing happens. And then, just as your eyes begin to grow heavy, you see it. A shimmer. A movement in the heavens that is not a star, not a plane. A light sliding across the sky in patterns no human hand could guide. Your chest tightens. Your fingers tremble against the camera. You lift it. You press the shutter. The light halts, glows brighter, as if aware of what you are doing. For a heartbeat, you swear it looks back at you. Then it darts, faster than thought, vanishing into the horizon. The hum lingers, the silence bends, and then the night is still again. You lower the camera slowly, your pulse racing. Proof. Finally, you have proof. You grip it tightly, resisting the urge to open it right there. Instead, you hurry inside, closing the door, locking it behind you. Your breath comes shallow, quick. The camera feels heavier now, as though it carries not just metal and film, but truth. You hide it beneath your bed, tucked far back where no one will find it. You tell yourself that tomorrow you will develop the photo, that tomorrow you will hold in your hands the thing that no one has ever shown you, the undeniable evidence that you are not alone. You fall asleep with the thought, clutching it like a shield. Morning comes. You wake with sunlight in your eyes, your body heavy, your dreams fragmented. For a moment, you wonder if it was all some fragile vision. Then you remember the camera. You rush to the bed, reach beneath, pull it out. The metal glints in the light. Relief washes over you. It's still there. You carry it with you all day, your fingers brushing the edge of it in your bag, the weight grounding you. At school, your mind drifts from lessons, your gaze drifting off into the clock, to the window, to the thought of what waits inside. When the final bell rings, you walk home faster than usual. The town seems too quiet. Every corner, every street feels watched. In your room, you close the curtains. Your hands shake as you open the camera, carefully winding the film, sliding it free. The strip gleams faintly, fragile in your grasp. You place it into the old envelope, ready to bring it to the store where they still develop photographs. But before you can leave, you pause. Something feels wrong. You look down. The envelope is empty. Your heart skips. You search the desk, the floor, the bed. You tear open the camera again. Nothing. The film is gone, vanished. Panic grips you. You know you had it. You held it in your hand. You felt the weight of it. Yet now there is nothing, no trace, as if it never existed. Your chest tightens, your breath shortens. You search the room again, frantic, overturning books, pulling open drawers. But every corner is empty. Every shadow denies you. And then you see it, the smudge, on the window, a faint palm print pressed against the glass. Your knees weaken. You stumble back. They were here. That night, you lie awake, staring at the ceiling. Every creak of the house feels like footsteps. Every gust of wind feels like a presence. You clutch your wrist, the mark pulsing beneath your skin. At some point, you drift into uneasy sleep, and there they are, not in the flesh, not in the doorway, but in the dream. Two men, seated at your kitchen table, hands folded, faces pale. They smile as they speak in unison. You do not need photographs. You do not need proof. You need only silence. The words echo, weaving through the dream, binding it tight. When you wake, your throat is dry, your eyes damp with tears. The camera lies on the desk, empty. The proof is gone. Days pass. You try to tell yourself you imagined it, that you fumbled the film, that you dropped it, that it slipped beneath some crack, but deep inside, you know the truth. They took it. They always take it. At school, the whispers sharpen. Pictures don't last. They make them vanish. It's useless to try. You turn, searching for who spoke. But the hall is filled only with faces that look away. No one meets your eyes. No one dares. The weight of isolation settles heavier on you. You are trapped between knowing and silence, between memory and erasure. Even when you try to sketch it, to draw the light on paper, the pencil falters, the lines smear, the image bends, and by the time you look again, the page is blank. The memory itself begins to slip. One evening, you sit at your desk, staring at the empty photograph envelope. The silence of the house presses close, thick and suffocating. You close your eyes, clutching the envelope tight, and whisper to yourself that you will not forget. But then, faintly, from somewhere in the walls, the whisper comes back. Forget. You jolt, eyes snapping open. The envelope slips from your hand. The room is empty. The air is still. But the whisper lingers, vibrating in your chest, echoing in your bones. You no longer trust your memory. Each day you wake, the light feels more distant. The hum dulls. The mark on your wrist remains, but even it sometimes fades, faint as though it too is slipping away. The more you try to hold on to it, the more it dissolves, until all that remains is a hollow certainty. You saw something, but you cannot prove it, because the proof is always taken, because the photograph always vanishes. The chapter closes with you staring at your empty hands, the night pressing close, the memory of the light flickering faintly in your mind. You whisper to yourself that you will remember, that you must remember, even as the voice echoes once more, soft, soothing, merciless. Do not remember, and you wonder if someday you will wake and truly forget. It begins at the dinner table. The house is warm, the smell of roasted food lingering in the air, the clink of silverware steady against porcelain. On the surface, everything is normal. Your parents sit across from you, their faces calm, their voices gentle, carrying on the same small talk that fills every evening. School, chores, weather, plans for the weekend. But beneath the rhythm of their words, you feel the weight of something unspoken. It has been building for days. The visitor at the window, the vanishing photograph, the men who appear at school and on the street asking their strange questions with two perfect smiles. You have tried to hold it all inside, but the silence burns hotter every night. And now, staring at their faces in the warm glow of the kitchen light, you cannot hold it anymore. You set down your fork, your hand trembling, and you ask, "Do you know about them?" The words hang in the air like smoke. Your mother's smile falters. Your father lowers his fork. The clink of silver stops. The house grows too quiet. For a moment, no one speaks. Then your father says softly, "You shouldn't ask questions like that." The silence that follows is heavier than any words. Your mother shifts in her chair, her eyes flickering toward you, then away. Her hands fold tightly in her lap, knuckles pale. You see it in her face, the same fear that has haunted you for nights. "They came to you, didn't they?" you whisper. Her eyes widen. Your father's jaw tightens. "You don't understand," he says finally, his voice low, steady, but edged with something sharp. "The less you know, the better. The less you speak, the safer you'll be. But you do understand. Not fully, not clearly, but enough. Enough to know that this silence isn't new. Enough to know that the shadows at your window are not just yours. Tell me," you demand, your voice trembling. "Please." Your father leans back, his gaze heavy, distant, as if the walls of the kitchen have dissolved and he is staring into some other time. "It was years ago," he says, "before you were born." The air shifts. Even the clock on the wall seems to tick more slowly, as if it too is listening. "I saw it," he continues. "The light, just like you. Your chest tightens. It was late. I was driving home. I thought it was a star at first, or maybe a plane, but it moved wrong. It followed me. I stopped the car, stepped out into the field, and it came closer. His hand rises unconsciously, trembling as though remembering the glow. There was a hum, a vibration that shook my bones, and then I woke in my car. Hours had passed. I didn't remember how. You swallow hard, your pulse quickening. The story is yours. The same light, the same hum. The next day they came, he says. 2 men, black suits, hats, smiling like they knew everything I was thinking. They asked me questions, the same ones they've asked you, I imagine. You nod faintly. Did you see the light? Do you remember? Will you speak of this? His eyes close. Exactly. Your mother speaks then, her voice barely a whisper. They came to me too. You turn to her. She looks smaller somehow, her shoulders drawn inward, her eyes glistening. I was only a girl, she says. I saw them in the sky, 3 lights weaving together like they were dancing. I told my family. I was excited. I thought it was a miracle. She pauses, her breath shaking. The very next night, they knocked at the door. You can see it in her face. The memory she has never spoken aloud. They told me I hadn't seen anything. They told me to forget, and for a long time, I thought I had. Her gaze drifts to you, sharp with fear, until you came home with that look in your eyes, the same look I once had, and I knew. Your heart pounds. The weight of it crashes over you. This isn't new. The isn't chance. It has always been here, woven into the silence of your family, hidden behind polite smiles and quiet warnings. It is a legacy. Your father leans closer, his voice low, urgent. You cannot fight them. No one can. If you draw attention, they won't stop. They'll take more, piece by piece, until you are only a hollow memory of yourself. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. You feel the truth of it. You feel it in the way your memories already blur, in the way your photograph vanished, in the way the whispers slide through your dreams. But still, you cannot stay silent. Why us? You ask. The question hangs heavy. Your parents exchange a glance, long, pained, filled with something you cannot decipher. Finally, your mother says, some people see, others don't. That's all we know, your father adds. And once you see, you're marked. Your hand drifts to your wrist, to the 3 faint dots burned into your skin. Marked. The word echoes in your mind like a curse. The days that follow feel different, heavier. You walk through the town with new eyes, watching every neighbor, every face, wondering how many of them carry the same secret, how many of them saw the light, how many of them were told to forget. And you notice things you never noticed before. Curtains drawn too quickly when you pass, houses kept too dark at night, conversations that stop the moment you enter a room. You begin to realize the truth. The silence of the town is not ignorance. It is memory, shared, hidden, passed from generation to generation, like a wound that never heals. Everyone knows. No one speaks. That night, you sit in your room, the curtains drawn, the marks on your wrist throbbing faintly. The weight of your parents' words presses on you, but so does something else. A question, sharp and relentless. Why now? Why you? The whispers drift through your thoughts. The same refrain you have heard since the first night. Do not look. Do not speak. Do not remember. But now you know they are not just for you. They were whispered to your father, to your mother, to others long before you. A chain of silence stretching back through time. And you wonder if the men in black are not just watchers of the sky, but keepers of that silence. Sometime after midnight, you wake to the sound of voices. Your parents. You creep down the hallway, bare feet silent against the floorboards. The kitchen glows faintly with lamplight, their figures cast in shadow against the wall. They'll come again, your father says, his voice hushed but urgent. We can't let them take more, your mother whispers. Do you think they know? They always know. You press your back to the wall, your pulse quickening. Know what? Take more of what? But their voices fall silent when the knock comes. Soft, deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. You don't see who stands at the door, only the way your parents freeze, the way the color drains from their faces, the way the kitchen light flickers once, then steadies. Your father rises slowly, his chair scraping the floor. Stay here, he whispers. But you cannot move. You hear the door creak open. You hear the same voice you have heard in your dreams, smooth and measured, asking in perfect calm, May we come in? The chapter ends with you clutching the wall, your breath silent, your heart hammering as the past of your family and the present of your life collapse into one truth. The men in black do not simply visit strangers. They return, and once they mark a family, they never leave. The first time you saw the light, you told yourself it was a beginning, a strange accident, a glimpse through a crack in the world, one that might close if you kept still and silent. You convinced yourself that if you obeyed, if you didn't speak, if you didn't remember, perhaps it would all pass. But deep down, you knew, once the light finds you, it does not leave. And so, when the second encounter begins, it feels less like surprise and more like inevitability. It starts in the evening. The air is thick with summer heat. The windows open to let in what little breeze drifts through the streets. You sit on your porch, staring at the horizon, the memory of your parents' whispers echoing in your mind. The knock on the door, the calm voice asking to come inside. You don't know what happened after that night in the kitchen. You only know that your parents never spoke of it again. Silence has settled even heavier in the house, but outside, the world is not silent. The cicadas whir endlessly. A dog barks somewhere in the distance. The wind chimes on the neighbor's porch sing faintly. All of it seems ordinary, until it stops. The air falls still. The insects go quiet. The night holds its breath, and your chest tightens because you recognize this silence. The silence that comes before the light. You stand slowly, eyes fixed on the sky. The stars glitter above, steady and sharp. You search for the shimmer, the movement, the anomaly. Minutes pass, nothing stirs. Then, from the corner of your vision, it comes. A glow, soft at first, faint, like a lantern on the horizon, then brighter, sharper, sliding across the heavens with impossible grace. Your breath catches. It is the same as before, and yet different, closer, more deliberate. It doesn't dart this time, doesn't vanish and reappear in impossible angles. It moves with purpose, a steady glide that carries it directly above you. He hum begins, low, resonant. It vibrates in your chest, in your teeth, in the marrow of your bones. The porch beneath your feet seems to thrum with it, as though the world itself is caught in its frequency. You cannot look away. The light halts, hovers. Its glow spills across the yard, washing the grass in silver, turning the trees into black silhouettes. Shadows stretch unnaturally long, bending at angles that make no sense. And then, slowly, the glow begins to pulse. Once, twice, each flash timed with your heartbeat, drawing you into rhythm. You feel your pulse slowing, sinking until it is no longer yours but theirs. Your knees weaken. You grip the porch railing, fingers tight, sweat cold against your skin, and then the voices return. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. They echo not from the air, but from inside, weaving through your thoughts like threads you cannot untangle. You stumble backward into the house, slamming the door shut, but the glow seeps through the windows, the hum pressing against the walls, filling every corner. You cover your ears, but it doesn't matter. The sound is not in the air, it is in you. The curtains ripple, though the windows are closed. The clock on the wall freezes. The light bulb above flickers, then dies. The hum deepens, and in the corner of your eye, through the glass, you see them. 2 figures, men in black, standing in the yard, motionless, staring up at the hovering craft. Their faces are hidden in shadow, but their posture is unmistakable, rigid, deliberate, inhumanly still. They do not look at you. They do not look at the house. They look only at the light, as if awaiting orders. You press yourself against the wall, your breath ragged, your eyes fixed on them. The glow sharpens, brighter, until you can see their outlines perfectly. Suits too crisp, skin too pale, heads tilted at the exact same angle. One lifts a hand, points at your window. Your chest seizes. The hum crescendos, and then the world shifts. You are no longer inside the house. You are in the field. The grass sways around you, glowing silver in the radiant light. The air hums, thick and vibrating. Above, the craft hovers larger than you ever imagined, its surface smooth, seamless, impossible. You try to move, but your body resists. You try to scream, but no sound comes. And then you see them, the men, closer now, their faces clearer. Their eyes, unblinking, black, like mirrors that swallow light. Their skin too smooth, too waxen, as though molded. Their mouths curve into identical smiles, stretching too wide. One steps closer, his lips part, but the voice comes not from his mouth. It comes from inside your skull. Curiosity is dangerous. The other tilts his head. You must forget. The light flares. For an instant, you see shapes inside it. Not men, not human. Elongated figures, tall, faceless, moving with liquid grace. Their silhouettes shift like smoke. Their presence immense, suffocating, yet calm. You feel them inside you, brushing against your thoughts, rearranging, pulling. Memories slip like water through your hands. You try to cling to them. The first night, the photograph, the mark on your wrist. But they blur, dissolve, unravel. No, you whisper, though no sound escapes. The men smile wider. You will not remember. Darkness crashes down. You wake on the porch. The sun is rising, painting the sky in pale gold. Birds sing again, their voices bright, ordinary. The world looks untouched. You sit up slowly, your body aching, your throat dry. The door to the house is closed. The clock inside ticks again, steady as ever. For a moment, you think perhaps it was only another dream. But when you lift your sleeve, you see it. The mark, the 3 dots burned deeper into your skin. And beside them, a 4th. You stumble inside, heart hammering. Your parents are at the table, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. They look at you without surprise, without question. Your father says nothing. Your mother whispers, "They've chosen you." And in her voice, you hear not fear, but resignation, as though she always knew this moment would come. The rest of the day passes in a haze. You wander the town, but everything feels distorted. The faces of neighbors blur when you try to focus on them. Street signs flicker at the edges of your vision. Even the sound of your own footsteps feels wrong, echoing in ways they shouldn't. The silence of the town is heavier than ever. Everyone knows, everyone remembers, and everyone pretends they don't. That night, you lie in bed, the new mark burning on your wrist, the hum still lingering faintly in your chest. You stare at the window, waiting. The curtain sways. The glass reflects your pale face. And just beyond, in the darkness, you see them again. 2 figures, black suits, black hats, watching, always watching. The second encounter is not the last. It is only the beginning. It begins with silence again, the kind of silence that is not natural, but imposed. A silence that presses into your ears until you hear only your own pulse, heavy and uneven. You are sitting in your room, the curtain drawn tight, the lamp beside you casting a pool of soft light. Books and papers lie scattered on the desk, but you are not reading. You are only waiting, because you know they always come after the second encounter, and tonight, they do. It starts with the sound of tires on gravel, faint but deliberate. You rise slowly, your body tense, and move to the window. At the end of the street, a car waits, black, polished, spotless. Its surface reflects the dim street lamp, a mirror of the night. You hold your breath, your fingers clutching the fabric of the curtain. The driver's door opens. A man steps out. At least, he looks like a man. Tall, thin, dressed in black from head to toe, his suit flawless, his tie centered, his shoes gleaming even in the dust. He moves too smoothly, each step perfectly measured, like a performance practiced endlessly. His face is pale, stretched tight, his eyes dark hollows that reflect just enough to glint. And then he speaks. "Good evening." The words drift across the distance, carried too easily, too perfectly. They do not sound like sound at all. They sound like memory. You step back from the window, your chest tightening. The voice lingers in your mind, repeating itself, flat and hollow. It was not spoken to the air. It was spoken to you directly, inside you, as though carried on a frequency only you can hear. A knock follows. 3 slow raps on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound reverberates through the house, too loud, too deliberate, shaking something deep inside you. You hesitate, frozen, but your hand moves anyway, as if pulled by invisible strings. You step down the hallway, each footfall muffled by the carpet. Her breath shallow. The door looms ahead, the wood trembling slightly under the weight of the silence behind it. You reach out, your fingers curl around the knob. The door opens. He stands there. The man in black. Closer now. Clearer. His smile is small, polite, stretched just enough to seem human, but not enough to feel real. His skin is pale, waxy, as though molded from something artificial. His eyes are too still, too empty. "Good evening," he says again. But this time, you hear it differently. The words do not flow. They click. They rattle faintly, as though spoken through a machine not meant to shape them. The syllables are stiff, stilted, separated by half-beats too exact. Good, even, ing, each piece pronounced as if read from a script. And beneath it, faint, you hear something else. A buzz, a mechanical hum, layered under the sound, like static breaking through a signal. You do not answer. His smile does not falter. "We would like to ask you some questions." The sentence stutters slightly. The pause is unnatural. Not hesitation, not thought. Programming. Your throat tightens. He tilts his head, just slightly, the motion too sharp, too sudden. "You saw the light." Not a question, a statement. The hum deepens, vibrating in your chest. You step back without meaning to, but he follows. His shoes make no sound against the floor. "You will not remember." The words are calm, but the delivery is wrong. Each syllable stretched, clipped, rearranged, as though borrowed from dozens of other voices and pieced together. You realize, with a cold weight in your stomach, that this is not a human voice at all. Your mother appears at the end of the hall, her face pale, her eyes wide with the same fear you've carried for nights. She says nothing. She only shakes her head, her lips forming a single word. "Don't." The man in black turns slightly, his smile fixed. "Good evening," he says again, as though the phrase is his anchor, his starting point, his programmed loop. And then, without moving his lips, another voice speaks. "We are watching." It is inside you, echoing from behind your eyes, reverberating in your bones. You stagger, gripping the wall for support, the world tilting around you. When you blink, there are two of them now, identical, standing side by side, smiling the same too perfect smile, eyes fixed, hands folded neatly before them. Your father appears in the kitchen doorway, his face tight with resignation. "You don't need to be here," he says, his voice trembling but steady. The man tilts his head again. "We are always here." The words scratch through the silence, distorted. "Wrong." The second man smiles wider, his teeth too straight, too white, his lips parting half a second after the words end. Your father swallows hard. "She's just a child." The first man's smile falters, just slightly. The edges twitch, pulling downward for the briefest instant before resetting. "No one is just a child." The voice clicks, buzzes, fractures. Your stomach twists, because in that moment you realize what you are hearing isn't conversation. It is repetition. Mimicry. They are not speaking. They are playing back what they've heard before. You stumble back, clutching your wrist, the marks burning hotter beneath your skin. The hum grows louder, filling the house, rattling the windows. Your parents do not move. They stand frozen, caught in the weight of the moment, as though they too are under command. The men step closer. Their movements are too smooth, too coordinated, as if lumtgid. Inked. "You will forget," one says. "You must forget," the other repeats. The words overlap, a chorus of command, mechanical and relentless. Your vision blurs. Your knees weaken. The room spins. And then, darkness. You wake in your bed. The sun is rising. The house is silent. Your parents sit at the kitchen table, pale and hollow-eyed, their hands folded tightly together. They do not speak. You stumble in, your throat dry, your chest aching. "What happened?" you whisper. Your mother looks at you, tears in her eyes, but no words leave her mouth. Your father only shakes his head. You lift your sleeve. The mark is still there. 4 dots now, burning faintly. They did not erase you. Not yet. That night, as you lie in bed, the silence presses heavier than ever. You close your eyes, but the voices linger. The mechanical hum, the stuttering syllables, the echo of a phrase repeated too many times. "Good evening." It rolls through your mind, endless, hollow, inhuman, and you know, with a certainty that freezes your blood, that the next time they come, they will not only speak, they will command. It begins in a dream. You are standing in the middle of the street, the pavement cool beneath your bare feet, the night sky stretching endlessly above. The houses are quiet, their windows dark, their curtains drawn. The whole town seems asleep. And then you hear it, the low, steady hum of an engine, not loud, not sharp. A deep vibration that rolls through the silence like thunder too far away to see. You turn your head, searching the shadows. The street is empty. The corners are dark, yet the sound grows closer. And then you see them, two beams of pale headlights. They cut through the dark, steady, unwavering, spilling across the road until they blind you. The hum rises, filling your chest, slowing your breath. The black car glides into view. It moves too smoothly, too silently, its polished frame swallowing the light, its windows dark as obsidian. No driver is visible, no passenger, nothing at all. It comes to a stop only feet from you, the headlights fixed on your body like a spotlight. Your heart pounds, your legs refuse to move. The door clicks open, and then you wake. Morning sunlight spills through your curtains, warm and harmless. For a moment, you convince yourself it was just a dream, just a reflection of your fears stitched together by your restless mind. But when you leave for school, you see it. At the end of the street, the black car, parked, waiting. Its surface gleams too perfectly, untouched by dust, untouched by time. Its windows reflect only the sky, not the houses, not the trees, not you. Your steps falter, you stare at it too long, and just when you gather the courage to look away, the car pulls from the curb, slowly, silently, no roar of an engine, no rumble of tires. It drifts away as if carried by the air itself. By the time you blink, it is gone. The days that follow blur into unease. You see the black car everywhere, sometimes parked outside. The schoolyard, headlights dark, unmoving. Sometimes idling at the edge of the grocery store lot, its polished frame reflecting the sky in strange distortions. Sometimes waiting at the end of your street, patient and unblinking, always there, always gone when you look twice. You try to tell yourself it is coincidence, that it belongs to someone in town, that it is nothing but a car. But then the dreams return. In the dream, you are walking home. The street is empty, the house is dark, the town silent. Your footsteps echo too loudly, bouncing off the walls of buildings that look hollow. The hum begins again. This time behind you. You turn, and the headlights spill across your back, stretching your shadow long and thin across the pavement. You run, but the hum follows. No matter how fast you move, the car glides effortlessly behind you, closer, closer, until the headlights swallow everything. You stumble, fall. The car stops inches away, its front bumper gleaming, its headlights blinding. The driver's window lowers slowly, too slowly. You lean forward, heart racing, desperate to see who sits inside. But there is no one, only darkness, only a void. And from that void, a whisper. Forget. You wake gasping, sweat dampening your sheets, your body trembling as though you have run for miles. Soon, the line between dream and waking blurs. You catch glimpses of the black car even when you are certain you are awake. At first, it is at a distance, across the field, at the edge of the playground, behind the row of shops. You turn your head, and it is gone. Then closer. You open your curtains at night, and it waits outside your house. Headlights dim, windows black. You blink, and the street is empty. You begin to lose sleep. Each time your eyes close, you fear the hum will return. The headlights will blind. The door will open. Each time you walk outside, you brace yourself for the gleam of polished metal. Your world shrinks. Everywhere you go, the car follows. One evening, you decide to test it. You leave the house after dinner, walking quickly, your breath sharp in the cool night air. You turn corners at random, cut across streets, weave through alleys. The town is quiet, shadows stretching long under the lamps. And still, you hear it. The hum, low, steady. You glance back. The black car glides at the far end of the street, its headlights dim, its windows dark. You quicken your pace. It follows. You run. The car drifts silently behind you, never faster, never slower, always the same distance away. No matter where you turn, no matter how many streets you cross, it remains. Until, finally, you stumble breathless into your own driveway. The street is empty. The car is gone. But the hum still vibrates in your chest. At school, the whispers sharpen. The car watches. It never leaves. Once you see it, you can't escape. You try to ignore them, but you can't. You know they are not lies. You know the black car has chosen you just as the light chose you, just as the visitors marked you. That night, you dream again. You are inside the car this time, the leather seat cold beneath your hands, the air heavy with a metallic scent. The windows are black, darker than night, swallowing all reflection. You reach for the handle, but there is none. You call out, but no voice comes. The hum fills the cabin, rattling your chest, slowing your pulse. In the rearview mirror, you see them, 2 men, black suits, black hats, smiling, unblinking. But when you turn your head, the back seat is empty. You look forward again, and the road stretches endlessly, a ribbon of black beneath the headlights. The car drives itself, smooth, steady, inevitable, and from somewhere in the dark, a voice. You belong to us now. You wake with a start, the sheets tangled around your body, your chest tight, your breath ragged. You stumble to the window, heart pounding, eyes straining into the night, and there it is, the black car, parked across the street, waiting. The days blur into nights, the nights into dreams. The black car is always near. You stop telling your parents. Their silence is too heavy, their faces too resigned. You stop telling yourself it's a dream. The marks on your wrist burn too hot. The hum lingers too long. The black car is not only real, it is inevitable. It is the promise of what comes next. The chapter closes with you lying awake, the curtain half open, the street empty. You whisper to yourself that maybe, just maybe, it will not return tonight. But even as you close your eyes, the hum begins again, faint but steady, vibrating through the floor, the walls, your bones. You do not need to look. You already know. The black car is waiting. It begins on a street you know well, the kind of street where nothing extraordinary should ever happen, the kind of street where the ordinary rules of the world should always hold true. And yet, you have already learned that the ordinary no longer belongs to you. The morning is bright, the air crisp with the cool edge of autumn. The leaves scatter across the sidewalk, chasing each other in the wind. The familiar houses line the road, their porches adorned with rocking chairs, flags, and wind chimes that catch the breeze. You should feel safe here, surrounded by the comforts of routine. But safety has been gone for a long time, because you see him. At first, he is only a figure in the distance, standing on the far corner by the old lamppost, dressed in black as always, his suit too neat, too precise, his posture too rigid, too deliberate. He does not move, not even as the wind whips at the leaves around him. You slow your steps, your heart quickening. The street is empty except for him. The other neighbors have retreated indoors, as if they know better than to be out when one of them appears. The man turns his head. Even from this distance you feel his gaze fix on you, heavy and unblinking. And then he begins to walk. His stride is smooth, measured, each step the same length, the same rhythm. He does not hurry, he does not pause. He moves as though he has all the time in the world, and yet as though each motion has been programmed with purpose. Your breath quickens. You glance behind you. The street is still empty, only you and him. The distance between you closes slowly, 30 feet, 20, 15. You see his face now, pale, waxy, too smooth, as though sculpted rather than lived. His lips curve faintly, but the smile does not reach his eyes. His hat casts a shadow across his forehead, but the darkness in his gaze is deeper than any shadow. You want to run, but your legs lock in place. He is 10 feet away when it happens. The sound comes first, a faint buzz, like static on a radio, sharp and soft all at once. It ripples through the air, bending the silence of the street. The man falters mid-step. For the first time, his rhythm breaks. His head tilts slightly, unnaturally. His image wavers. You blink, and then he flickers, not like a man, like a projection. For an instant, his form doubles, triples, overlapping shapes of the same figure slightly misaligned. His arms blur, his legs smear against the pavement. The air around him bends, rippling like heat waves. The buzz deepens. You stare, frozen, as his body begins to fade. The crisp outline of his suit melts into the background. His hat dissolves into the light. His face smears like wet paint on glass. And then, he is gone. The street is empty. Only the leaves tumble across the sidewalk. The lamppost stands silent. The houses watch quietly. But the man is gone, not walked away, not turned a corner. Gone. You stagger back. your breath sharp, your pulse hammering in your ears. Your mind scrambles for reason, for explanation, a trick of light, a hallucination, anything that fits the rules you once trusted. But the truth presses cold against your skin. You watched him vanish. You watched him dissolve into nothing. You walk home in a haze, each step heavy, each sound muffled. The world feels wrong, tilted. Every face you pass seems distant, detached, as though they know what you saw but will never admit it. Inside, the house is silent. Your parents sit at the table, their faces pale, their eyes avoiding yours. You tell them what you saw. Your father stiffens, his knuckles tightening against his glass. Your mother closes her eyes, her lips trembling. "They don't leave," she whispers. "They don't walk away. They only disappear." Her words cut deep. You realize then that this is not the first time. She has seen it too. Perhaps they both have. Perhaps many in the town have. No one speaks of it, because the moment you admit it, the moment you name it, you invite them back. That night, the dream comes. You are standing on the same street, the lamppost casting a pale glow across the pavement. The man in black is there again, exactly as before, his face smooth, his smile slight, his eyes fixed. You take a step toward him. He does not move. Another step. The buzz begins, faint at first, then louder. His body wavers. You reach out your hand, desperate to touch, to prove, to know, and as your fingers near, he dissolves. But this time, he does not vanish entirely. This time, his face lingers, just the face, floating in the dark, eyes hollow, lips stretching wide into a smile too large for any human mouth. And from that smile comes a voice. "You cannot hold us." You wake screaming, your chest heaving, sweat slick against your skin. The room is dark, but in the corner, by the window, you think you see the outline of a man, only for a second, and then gone. The next day, you carry the weight of it with you. Every corner, every reflection, every shadow seems filled with the possibility of another vanishing stranger. You stop trusting your eyes. You stop trusting the solidity of the world itself. And at school, you catch sight of one at the far end of the hall, tall, dressed in black, standing too still among the crowd of children rushing between classes. You blink, and he flickers, and then he is gone. The students pass without notice. The teachers continue speaking. No one else reacts. Only you. Always only you. You begin to wonder if the men in black are not men at all, but fragments, echoes, shadows of something larger, something hidden just beyond the edge of perception. Perhaps they are not here fully, not bound to this world the way you are. Perhaps they only borrow form, wearing it like a mask until it slips. The thought chills you, but it fits. It explains the waxy skin, the glassy eyes, the mechanical voices. It explains the flicker, the disappearance. They are not people, they are projections. And if they are projections, then somewhere, someone, or something is casting them, watching through them. That evening, you sit on the porch, staring at the street, the memory of the disappearing man looping endlessly in your mind. The wind stirs the trees, the cicadas hum, the sun sinks low, painting the sky in crimson and gold. And for just an instant, at the far corner by the lamppost, you see him again, the same man, the same suit, the same stillness. He does not move, he does not speak, he only watches. You blink, and he vanishes. You close your eyes, your body trembling, your heart sinking. The silence of the town feels heavier than ever, and you understand now that the disappearing stranger is not a mistake, not a glitch. It is a warning, a reminder. They can come and go whenever they choose. They are never bound, never contained, never fully here. And if they can vanish at will, then they can appear at will, anywhere, anytime, even now. The chapter closes with you lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, whispering to yourself that the world is solid, that the walls will hold, that the floor will not dissolve. But even as you whisper, you know it is a lie, because you have seen a man vanish into nothing, and you know you will see it again. The library has always felt safe to you. It is a place of whispers, yes, but not the kind that haunt your nights. The whispers here belong to pages, to pens scratching against paper, to the hush of voices carried carefully between shelves. The scent of dust and ink clings to the air, old but steady, as though the very walls breathe memory. You enter on a gray afternoon. the kind of day where the clouds hang low and heavy, smothering the sun. The windows let in pale light, soft and muted. Few people are here. An old librarian at the desk, 2 students bent over textbooks, a man asleep in a chair near the back. It feels ordinary, harmless, but you are not here for safety. You are here for answers. The events press heavier each night. The vanishing man, the black car that follows you into dreams, the voices that stutter and buzz inside your head. Your parents' silence is suffocating. Your friends' whispers are riddles you cannot solve. You are trapped in questions, and now you are desperate enough to seek truth in dust and paper. You step between the shelves, the hush wrapping around you. Your fingers trail across spines, rough and faded, leather cracked from years of touch. History, geography, local records. You pause here, drawn by something you cannot name. The section is nearly deserted. Few ever care for the old town archives, bound in brittle covers, their pages yellow with age. You pull one free and let it fall open across the wooden table. At first, it is ordinary. Census records, maps of property lines, minutes from council meetings long forgotten. But then a phrase catches your eye. Unexplained light. August 1934. Your breath catches. You lean closer. The report is short, only a paragraph. A farmer had seen a strange glow in the sky. He described it as silver, silent, moving against the wind. He told his neighbors. By morning, officials arrived to question him. And at the bottom, in handwriting sharp and neat, one sentence: visited by MIB, case closed. Your hands tremble. You flip to the next file. Unusual noise, January 1947. A family reported a humming sound above their barn, followed by bright flashes of light. When they returned in the morning, several animals were missing. They filed a statement with the sheriff. At the bottom, the same note: visited by MIB, case closed. Your chest tightens. You begin pulling more files, stacking them on the table until the dust rises like smoke. One by one, you read. One by one, the pattern repeats. Lights in the sky, strange marks in fields. Missing time. Witnesses describing men in black suits arriving soon after. And always, the final line: visited by MIB, case closed. Dozens of reports, hundreds of pages, each ending the same way. The handwriting changes, sometimes neat, sometimes hurried, but the words remain identical, as though dictated, as though required. The library is silent around you, but your ears ring with whispers. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. Hours pass. The sky outside darkens, rain tapping faintly against the tall windows. You sit hunched over the files, your eyes burning, your fingers smudged with dust. And then you find it. A file thicker than the rest, tucked deep into the back of the drawer. Its cover is worn, edges frayed, corners curling. Inside are newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, faded photographs. The headline leaps out at you: Strange object seen above town, 1962. The article is brief. Several townspeople reported a glowing disc moving silently through the sky. Some claimed it hovered directly above Main Street. Others said it shot upward at impossible speed. You turn the page. A photograph slips out, black and white, grainy, but clear enough to see. A glowing shape against the dark sky. Oval, metallic, unmistakable. Your hands shake as you hold it. Proof they cannot erase. You turn to the final page. At the bottom, in faded ink, visited by MIB, case closed. And beneath it, a line you have not seen before. Original photo missing. You look down at the photograph in your hand. Your pulse quickens. How did this one survive? Why is it still here? And how long until they know you've seen it? You tuck the photograph into the file, slip the folder closed, and glance around. The library is empty now. The students are gone. The man in the chair has vanished. Only the librarian remains, her head bent low, her pen scratching across a ledger. For a moment, you feel safe again, hidden, but then you notice her hand. It trembles, her pen stops, and she lifts her head slowly, her eyes locking onto yours. They are pale, too pale, and she smiles, the same smile you have seen before. Your blood runs cold. You shove the file back into the drawer, your movements frantic, your breath uneven. You rise too quickly, the chair scraping loud against the floor. The sound echoes through the empty drawers. Unnatural in its sharpness. The librarian's smile widens. "You should not be here," she says softly. The voice is wrong. Hollow, too measured. The same voice you have heard at your door. The same voice that clicks and hums like a broken recording. You stumble back, your chest pounding, your eyes locked on hers. For a moment, the world seems to flicker, the shelves bending, the lights dimming, the air buzzing faintly, and then you see it, the palm print on the glass of the window behind her, faint, smudged, fresh. They are here. You turn and run, through the rows of shelves, past the empty tables, out into the rain-slicked street. The cold air slaps your skin, your breath bursting in clouds. Behind you, the library looms dark and silent, its windows glowing faintly, but you know you are not alone, not anymore. The photograph is gone, the files will vanish, the evidence will be erased, just as it always is, but the memory clings to you, the phrase carved into every report, visited by MIB, case closed, and now you understand. This town has been haunted for decades. The silence is not ignorance, it is history. That night, you cannot sleep. The whispers are louder than ever, seeping through the walls, sliding into your thoughts. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. But you cannot forget, not anymore, because now you know the truth. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. It begins with the ringing, a sharp, unexpected sound that cuts through the silence of the house. The clock on your bedside table reads 2:17 a.m. The world is asleep, wrapped in darkness, but the telephone insists, its shrill tone slicing through your half-formed dreams. You jolt awake, your chest tight, your body tense. For a moment, you lie still, waiting for someone else to stir, for your parents to answer, for the sound to stop. But the house remains silent. Your parents' doors closed, the only sound the insistent call. You rise slowly, each step down the hall heavy, the wooden boards creaking beneath your feet. The ringing echoes, steady, relentless, as though the phone is not waiting for you to answer but commanding you to. You reach for it. Your hand trembles. The ringing stops. Silence floods the house again, deeper now, heavier. You stand frozen, the receiver still in your hand, pressed against your ear, though no sound comes, only silence. Then you hear it, a click, soft, deliberate, followed by static. Faint at first, like a distant storm, then sharper, breaking, popping, hissing into your ear. The noise prickles against your skin, raising the hairs on your arms. You whisper, "Hello?" No answer. The static rises, falls, sharpens again, and beneath it, so faint you almost convince yourself it isn't there, you hear something else. A voice, not clear, not whole, broken, distorted, as though carried from another world. "Do not look." The words slither through the static, each syllable stretched, metallic, vibrating in your bones. "Do not speak." Your breath catches, your hand tightens on the receiver. "Do not remember." The phone clicks again. The line goes dead. You lower the receiver slowly, your heart hammering, your breath shallow. The kitchen clock ticks faintly on the wall. The house is still. You tell yourself it was nothing, just interference, just a wrong number, just a dream bleeding into waking. But when you return to your room, you cannot sleep. You lie awake, staring at the ceiling, listening for the next ring. It comes the following night, 1:48 a.m. The ring jolts you upright, cutting clean through your restless half-sleep. You hesitate this time, waiting, watching the dark ceiling above you. The phone rings again and again, until finally, you rise. The hallway is colder tonight. The air seems thicker. The shadows cling more heavily to the walls. You reach the phone and lift the receiver, your hand shaking. At first, silence, then the static, then the clicks, and then the voice. This time, clearer, this time closer. You saw the light. The words are slow, measured, hollow. They do not sound like a voice at all, but like words pieced together from fragments of other voices, stitched into a sentence. "You must forget." Your lips part. Your throat aches to speak, but no sound escapes. The voice continues. "We are watching." The static deepens. The clicks sharpen, and then the line goes dead. You stumble back from the phone, your pulse pounding, the silence pressing too heavy against your ears. You want to wake your parents. to tell them, but something stops you. Some instinct, some weight. The memory of their silence at the dinner table, their warnings, their resignation. They already know. They have already heard the calls, and they chose not to answer. The nights blur together. The phone rings again and again. Always after midnight, always pulling you from the edge of sleep. Sometimes it is only static, sometimes only clicks, but more often now, there are voices, always the same. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. At times, the words overlap, layered, hundreds of voices whispering the same command in unison. At other times, it is only one voice, flat and mechanical, repeating the words endlessly until the line dies. And sometimes, when the static clears, you hear something else, breathing, slow, steady, as if someone is standing just beyond the line, listening. You begin to dread the nights. You lie awake, waiting, the blanket pulled tight around your body, your eyes fixed on the dark ceiling. Each time the phone rings, your body jolts with fear, yet you cannot ignore it, because if you don't answer, it only grows louder. The ring becomes sharper, more urgent, rattling the silence until it feels as though the whole house vibrates with it. Your parents never stir. Their doors remain closed. It is always you, always your burden, so you answer. Every time. And every time the voices find you. One night the voice is different. Not the flat mechanical cadence, not the stitched syllables. This voice is smooth, calm, steady, too human. "Hello?" it says. You freeze. The static buzzes faintly, but the word is clear, clean, perfect. "Hello?" it repeats. You whisper, "Who is this?" The silence stretches. Then the voice answers, "We know you." The static cracks sharply. You flinch, pulling the receiver from your ear. But before you can hang up, the voice comes again, louder, sharper, closer. "We are coming." The line goes dead. You drop the receiver, your hands trembling, your chest tight. The silence of the house feels crushing, pressing against the walls, the floor, the air itself. You back away, your heart hammering, your skin cold. From the corner of your eye, through the kitchen window, you see it, the black car, parked across the street, waiting. By now, the calls are not only at night. Sometimes the phone rings in the afternoon, when the sun is bright and the world is alive. You answer it. We're, and the static greets you the same way, the same whispers, the same commands. Once, you hand the receiver to your mother. She lifts it slowly, presses it to her ear, listens. Her face goes pale. She hangs up without a word. You ask what they said. She shakes her head. Nothing, but you know she is lying. The phone becomes a presence in the house. You cannot pass it without glancing at it, without waiting for it to ring. It sits there, quiet and ordinary, yet charged with menace. At night, you dream of it. The ringing echoes endlessly through dark halls. You run toward it, but the phone is always farther away, retreating into shadow. When you finally reach it, when you finally lift the receiver, you do not hear static. You hear yourself whispering, "Do not look, do not speak, do not remember." You wake gasping, your throat raw, the words still echoing in your ears. One night, near dawn, the phone rings again. You answer, exhausted, your voice shaking. The static hisses, the clicks crackle, and then a new voice speaks. Not mechanical, not human, something in between. It shifts as it speaks, rising, falling, distorted, as though dozens of voices are layered into one. "You belong to us." The words settle heavy in your chest. You cannot hide. Your knees weaken. Your hand trembles against the receiver. And then, almost tenderly, "We are already here." The line clicks. Silence. You lower the phone slowly, your body trembling, your breath uneven. The house is dark. The world is silent. And yet you feel them. In the walls, in the floor, in the air itself. You press the receiver back onto the hook, and from outside, through the window, the headlights of the black car flicker once, twice, as though in answer. The chapter closes with you lying awake in bed, listening to the silence, waiting for the next ring. The telephone is no longer just a tool of the house. It is a voice, a link, a channel for something watching, listening, controlling. And you know that as long as it sits there, you will never be free of their calls. It begins with a headline. You see it on the folded newspaper sitting on the front porch, the ink still fresh, the paper still carrying the faint scent of press and oil. The letters are bold, stretching across the page as though meant to silence rather than inform. Unusual lights above town explained. Officials say nothing to fear. You freeze, your fingers tightening around the paper, your breath catching in your chest. The words burn against your eyes. They are too familiar, too precise, written not to uncover truth, but to bury it. You read on. The article describes misidentified aircraft. It speaks of weather balloons and atmospheric conditions. A spokesperson is quoted, assuring readers that there is no reason for alarm. The words slide off the page like oil, coating everything in their sheen of certainty. But you know what you saw, you know what you heard, and you know these words are not meant for truth, they are meant for control. At school, the whispers change. Where once your classmates spoke in hushed tones of the light, of the black car, of the men who appeared at doors and windows, now they repeat the words of the newspaper. It was just a balloon, just a plane, just the weather. Their voices sound flat, rehearsed, like lines memorized from a script. Their eyes avoid yours more carefully than ever. Even the teachers echo it. Standing at the front of the class, chalk in hand, one of them pauses mid-lesson to remark casually, "I hope everyone's read the news. There's nothing unusual here, nothing strange. Everything's been explained." He smiles, but it is not the smile of reassurance. It is the same smile you've seen before, the smile that never reaches the eyes. At dinner that night, you push the paper across the table toward your parents. "Do you believe this?" you ask, your voice trembling. Your father scans the headline, his jaw tight, his hands steady in a way that feels forced. He folds the paper again, too neatly, and sets it aside. "It's better this way," he says softly. Your mother lowers her gaze, her lips pressed thin. "They're lying," you whisper. Your father looks at you then, his eyes heavy with something between fear and sorrow. "Yes," he says, "and that's the point." The days that follow bring more headlines, more reports, more polished statements repeated on the radio and in the papers. Authorities dismiss rumors of strange visitors. Experts confirm no evidence of unusual activity. Community urged to remain calm. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The phrase repeats again and again, stamped into every page, every broadcast, until the town begins to adopt it as its own memory. Neighbors who once whispered about lights now shake their heads and laugh when asked. Friends who once glanced nervously at the sky now dismiss it as imagination. Even your parents speak less. The silence between them deepens, stretching across the dinner table, heavy and resigned. The denial has done its work. The truth has been replaced. But not for you. The marks on your wrist remain. The hum in your chest lingers. The black car still waits at the end of your street, patient and unyielding. No denial can erase what you live each night. And you begin to notice something strange. The voices of the government officials, the ones quoted in the papers, the ones broadcast on the radio, sound too familiar. Their cadence is too perfect, their words too careful, their tone too flat. Just like the men in black. You begin to wonder if they are not simply repeating the denials. You begin to wonder if they are the ones writing them. One evening, the phone rings again. You lift the receiver, your breath tight, your body trembling. At first, only static. Then a voice, smooth, calm, too calm. "This is an official message," it says. "There is nothing unusual happening in your town, nothing strange, nothing to remember." The words click, buzz, repeat, echoing as though recorded on a broken loop. Nothing happened, nothing happened, nothing happened. You slam the receiver down, your heart racing, your chest burning, but the words echo in your mind long after the line goes dead. At school, the principal gathers everyone in the auditorium. His voice carries across the room, steady and polite. "There have been stories," he says, smiling faintly. "Rumors. But let me assure you, nothing unusual has taken place. You have nothing to fear, nothing to remember." The students nod, their faces blank, their eyes distant. You feel the weight of it pressing on you, a tide of silence meant to drown you. You whisper to yourself, too quietly for anyone to hear, "I remember." And for the first time, you realize how dangerous those words are. That night, you dream. You are seated at a long table in a dark room. Across from you sit men in black suits, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. They shuffle papers, pass files, read from sheets that contain no words. One of them looks up at you. "There is no light," he says. Another echoes, "There are no marks." Another, "There is nothing to remember." Their voices overlap, growing louder, flattening into one. Nothing happened. You press your hands to your ears, but the words seep through, vibrating in your skull. Nothing happened. You scream, but your voice makes no sound. The men smile, and in unison, they whisper, "Case closed." You wake, gasping, the words still in your ears, your wrist burning with heat. The next morning, the paper arrives again. Final word from officials, mystery resolved. At the bottom, in neat handwriting, a phrase you have seen before in the library files. Visited by MIB, case closed. You drop the paper. Your hands tremble. Your chest heaves, because now you understand. The government's voice is their voice. The denials are not protection, they are control. And every word, every report, every smiling official is part of the same endless command. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. The chapter closes with you staring out the window at the quiet street. The black car parked in its familiar place. The newspaper lies folded on the table behind you, its bold words already fading into the silence of the town. But you whisper to yourself, again and again, "I remember," because you know the truth, and you know they fear it. It begins in the bathroom. The mirror has always been ordinary to you, a rectangle of glass, smudged at the edges, mounted above the sink. You have stood before it countless times, brushing your teeth, washing your hands, staring idly while the faucet ran. It has never been anything more than what it should be. Until tonight. You flick on the light, the fluorescent bulb humming faintly, casting a pale glow across the small room. You lean over the sink, splash cool water on your face, and glance up. At first, it is only you, but then, something shifts. Your reflection lingers. You blink, but the reflection does not blink with you. Your chest tightens. You lean closer, staring at the glass. The face that stares back looks like yours. Same eyes, same mouth, same hair fallen across your forehead, but something is wrong. The eyes, they are too still, too dark, too unblinking. You raise a hand, slowly, cautiously. Your reflection follows, but a beat too late. The movement stutters, as though it has to remember what to do. Your breath hitches. You whisper, "No," and then it smiles. Not you, not your smile. Its lips stretch wide, sharp, too deliberate, and in that smile, you see him, the man in black. You stumble back, your shoulder striking the doorframe, your breath ragged. The reflection does not move away. It leans forward, closer, pressing against the glass as though the surface were water it could step through. Your hand fumbles for the light switch. The bulb flickers, buzzes, dies. The room plunges into shadow. The mirror glows faintly in the dark. Your reflection's face too pale, too bright. And then you hear it, not out loud, inside. "We are here." The whisper curls through your skull, smooth, steady, mechanical. "We are watching." The smile widens. You cannot escape. You slam the door shut. The mirror is hidden behind it, but the voice lingers, echoing in your bones. You press your back to the wood, your body trembling, your chest heaving. When you finally dare to open the door again, the light flickers back on. The mirror shows only you, just you, but you no longer trust it. The days that follow twist with unease. You avoid mirrors where you can. The one in the bathroom, the one in the hallway, even the faint reflection in the kitchen window at night. Each time you catch a glimpse of yourself, you look too long, searching for the flicker, for the wrongness, and sometimes you see it. A hand moving too late, eyes staring too long, a mouth twitching into a smile you did not make. At school, the mirrors in the restroom taunt you. You step inside, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and there you are, multiplied in the long row of glass, your reflection stretching endlessly. You lower your gaze quickly, refusing to meet your own eyes, but from the corner of your vision, one reflection does not look away. It stands still, smiling faintly, watching. You blink, it vanishes, but the image burns in your mind long after you leave the room. That night, you dream of mirrors. You walk down a long hallway, mirrors lining both sides. Each one reflects you, but not truly. Each reflection smiles when you do not, blinks when you do not, whispers words you cannot hear. At the end of the hall stands one mirror larger than the rest. In it, you see not yourself, but him, the man in black, tall, thin, pale, his eyes dark voids, his mouth stretched into that too perfect smile. He lifts his hand. So does your reflection. You try to run, but the mirrors close in, the glass bending, warping, surrounding you until there is nothing left but endless faces, all of them smiling, all of them whispering in unison, "Do not look, do not speak, do not remember." You wake gasping, drenched in sweat, the echoes of their voices still ringing in your ears. The next morning you catch your reflection in the window. You are half asleep, the sun rising faintly through the curtains, the glass glowing with pale light. You stretch, rub your eyes, and then freeze, because the reflection does not move. It stands still, smiling. You stumble back, your heart racing, your breath ragged. You close your eyes, count to 3, open them again. The reflection is gone, but the dread lingers. By now, you cannot escape it. Mirrors, windows, even puddles of rainwater hold his image, sometimes faint, sometimes clear, always wrong. Once, in the grocery, eerie store, you catch sight of yourself in the freezer door. Your reflection stares back, unblinking, smiling faintly, though your own mouth is still. Once, in a car's side mirror, you glimpse not your own face but the pale, hollow eyes of a stranger in a black hat, staring. And once, in the dark of night, you glance into the bathroom glass and see not one reflection, but 2, both smiling, both watching. You stop trusting your own face. The world feels fractured, bent, as though the very boundary between you and them has thinned. The mirror is no longer a tool of reflection. It is a doorway. And you know, deep down, that one day the man in the mirror will not only smile. One day he will step through. The chapter closes with you lying awake in the dark, the mirror across the room covered with a sheet you draped over it. Still, you can feel him there, standing just beyond the fabric, smiling, waiting. And in the silence, you hear his voice again. "We are already inside." It starts subtly, a prickling at the back of your neck, a tightening in your chest, the faintest whisper in your mind that something is there, just beyond the reach of your eyes. You tell yourself it is nothing, just nerves, just sleepless nights, just the residue of too many strange encounters piling up. But the feeling does not fade. It follows you from the moment you wake. You step into the kitchen, sunlight streaming through the windows, and yet you cannot shake the sense that someone else is already in the room, sitting quietly in the corner where the light doesn't reach. You glance over your shoulder. Nothing. You tell yourself to breathe. Still, the feeling lingers. At school, it grows sharper. You walk the halls, the chatter of other students echoing around you. Books slam shut. Lockers clang. Shoes squeak across the polished floors. Everything looks ordinary, sounds ordinary, but you feel the weight of eyes tracking your every move. You turn suddenly. A boy at his locker looks away too quickly. A teacher's gaze lingers a fraction too long. Even your closest friends, the ones who once laughed with you under the bleachers, seem distant now, their eyes flat, their smiles empty. Are they watching you, or are they watched too? You cannot tell anymore. At night, the feeling grows unbearable. You lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, the moonlight spilling across the walls. The shadows shift faintly, bending as though someone is moving just outside your vision. You close your eyes, but the sensation does not fade. You feel it pressing closer, heavier, until you can no longer tell whether the air itself is watching you. You pull the blanket over your head, heart pounding, breath shallow. But even in the dark cocoon of fabric, you feel exposed, as though your skin is transparent, your thoughts broadcast, your every twitch recorded. Sleep does not come easily anymore. When it does, it is restless, broken, filled with dreams of faceless men standing silently at the edges of your vision, watching, always watching. The town itself begins to feel alive with eyes. Curtains twitch when you walk past. Windows reflect faces that vanish when you blink. The black car sits at the end of the street, its tinted glass swallowing the sun, and though you cannot see inside, you know they are there, watching. Even the silence watches. The rustle of the trees, the buzz of the power lines, the creak of the porch swing, all of it seems charged, as though hiding a presence you cannot name. You begin to walk faster, shoulders hunched, head lowered, but the feeling only deepens. It presses against your back, trails behind you, circles you. You want to scream at it, to shout into the air, "I know you're there." But some part of you fears the answer. One afternoon, the feeling becomes undeniable. You sit at your desk, the light slanting across your notebook. The room is quiet, only the scratching of your pencil filling the air. Then, without warning, the hairs on your arms rise. Your skin prickles. You lift your head slowly and see it. A shadow, not yours, not from the lamp. A shape standing behind you, reflected faintly in the darkened glass of the window. Tall, thin, still. You whip around. Nothing. The chair is empty. The room is silent, but the shadow lingers in your mind, etched too sharply to dismiss. You are not alone. You never are. The days bleed together in this way. The feeling never leaves. It grows sharper, stronger, like an infection spreading through your veins. You no longer feel safe in any room, at any hour. Even in crowds, surrounded by people, you sense it. Eyes fixed on you, hidden, patient, unblinking. You glance around and see only ordinary faces, but none of them feel real anymore. None of them feel truly alive. You begin to wonder if they are all masks. If everyone you know is already theirs. The mirrors make it worse. Each time you pass one, you brace yourself. Sometimes it is only you staring back, tired, pale, hollow-eyed. But sometimes, just behind your shoulder, you glimpse a figure, a blur of black, a faint curve of a smile, and then it's gone. You start covering the mirrors with sheets, closing the curtains, avoiding the windows. But even with the glass hidden, the feeling remains, because you know they don't need mirrors to see you. They are always there. Your parents notice the change. At dinner, your fork clatters against the plate, your eyes darting toward the window every few seconds. Your mother reaches across the table, her hand brushing yours. "They can't hurt you if you don't notice them," she whispers. Her words are meant to comfort, but instead they confirm what you already know. She feels it too. She has lived with it for years, and she has learned the only way to survive is to pretend the watchers are not there. But you cannot pretend anymore. One evening, you try. You sit on the porch as the sun sets, the air cool, the sky painted with fading streaks of orange and pink. You force yourself to breathe, to relax, to ignore the prickling at the back of your neck. You tell yourself it is only paranoia, that the world is still yours. But then, at the edge of your vision, you see movement, a figure standing beneath the street lamp. Tall, thin, still, you refuse to lose. Oak. You keep your gaze fixed on the horizon, but the feeling intensifies, heavy and suffocating, until you cannot breathe. Finally, you turn your head. The street lamp is empty, but the feeling remains, stronger than before. You begin to wonder if that is their power, not just to appear, not just to erase, but to linger, to infest your mind so deeply that their presence becomes permanent, even when they are not there. You wonder if you are still yourself, or if you have become their vessel, carrying their gaze inside you. The thought chills you more than any shadow. That night, you wake suddenly, your eyes open to the dark ceiling, your ears straining. The house is silent, and yet you feel it. The gaze, closer now, inside the room. You turn your head slowly, every muscle trembling, and there, in the corner by the dresser, stands a figure, black suit, pale face, eyes hollow, watching. You sit up, heart pounding, throat tight, but as soon as you blink, he is gone. The corner is empty, the room is silent, yet the weight of his eyes lingers, because even if he isn't there anymore, the feeling of being watched never leaves. The chapter closes with you lying awake, staring into the dark, every nerve alive with tension. You whisper to yourself that you are safe, that the room is empty, that there is no one here, but you don't believe it. Because you know the truth now. The watchers do not need to be seen. Their gaze is enough. And once you feel it, it never lets you go. It happens on an ordinary afternoon. The sun is high, casting long beams of light across the cracked pavement of Main Street. The town looks alive in the way it always does. Children running between shops, neighbors trading small talk, cars humming lazily through intersections. On the surface, everything feels unchanged, safe, ordinary. But you know better. You feel it in the weight of the sky, in the tilt of shadows that linger too long, in the hum beneath your skin that has never left since the night of the light. And most of all, you feel it in the way people avoid your eyes. They know, they always know, but none of them will speak, not until today. You are leaving the grocery store, a bag of bread and milk clutched in your hands, when you notice him, a man you've never seen before. He stands across the street, leaning against a lamppost. His clothes are plain, not a suit, not the crisp uniform of the watchers, but old jeans and a weathered jacket, frayed at the cuffs. His face is lined, worn by years you cannot guess, his hair streaked with gray, but it is his eyes that stop you, not empty, not hollow, alive, and fixed on you. He nods once, almost imperceptibly, before turning and walking down the narrow alley beside the post office. Something in your chest tightens. Every instinct tells you to look away, to keep walking, to pretend you never saw him. But another part of you, the part that refuses silence, that has carried the weight of every whisper and shadow, pulls you forward. You follow. The alley is narrow, lined with cracked brick and trash bins that reek faintly of rot. The sun barely reaches here, leaving most of it in cool shadow. The man waits halfway down, his hands buried in his jacket pockets, his eyes darting once toward the street before settling back on you. You shouldn't have followed, he says. His voice is low, rough, edged with something that feels like both warning and relief. You clutch the bag tighter, your throat dry. Who are you? He studies you for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he says softly, someone who still remembers. The words strike you like a blow. Still remembers. No one ever says it. No one ever admits it. Not your friends, not your neighbors, not even your parents. The whole town lives in silence, in denial. And yet here he is, saying the words you've been aching to hear. They'll know I spoke to you, he continues, his voice sharp with urgency. They always know. So listen carefully. You won't get this chance again. Your chest pounds. You nod slowly, barely daring to breathe. He glances toward the mouth of the alley, as if expecting someone to appear. Then he leans closer. They don't just watch, he says. They take. The word hangs heavy in the air, thick with meaning. They take your time, your memories, your proof, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but the shell of what you were. And if you fight them, his jaw tightens, his eyes darken. They take more. You swallow hard, your throat aching. Why me? You whisper. The man exhales slowly, his shoulders sagging under invisible weight. Because you saw. That's all it takes. Once you've seen, you can't unsee. You're marked, just like I was. He pulls back his sleeve. There, burned faintly into his wrist, are dots, the same as yours. 3 in a triangle, a 4th beside it. You stare, your stomach dropping, the world tilting around you. It is not just you, not just your family. It has always been others. I tried to fight it, he says. Years ago, I wrote down everything, kept journals, took photographs, recorded tapes. I thought if I could prove it, I could resist them. But every time I checked, the evidence was gone. Pages blank, tapes erased, pictures vanished. And each time something was taken from me in return. A memory, a day, a face I once loved. All gone. His voice cracks faintly, and for a moment you see the weight he carries, the hollowness carved by years of silence and erasure. You can't fight them, he whispers. Not the way you think. You clutch your bag tighter, your palms slick with sweat. Then what do? The man studies you for a long moment, his eyes flicking over your face, as though measuring whether you are ready for what he has to say. Finally, he leans closer. You have to remember, he says. Your breath catches, even when they tell you not to, even when they take it from you. Hold on to what's left. Hide it where they can't reach, because that's the only thing they fear. You shake your head, your voice trembling. They'll take it anyway. They'll take everything. His lips press thin, his gaze hardens. Not everything, he says. Not if you refuse to let go. Memory is the only weapon they can't erase completely. It's fragile, yes, but it's yours. And if enough of us hold on, they can't bury it all. He pulls a folded scrap of paper from his pocket, pressing it into your hand. This is all I could save. Keep it hidden. Don't look at it unless you have to. And don't let them know you have it. You glance down. The paper is worn, its edges frayed, its surface creased from years of being folded and refolded. You want to open it, to see what secret it carries, but when you lift your eyes again, the man steps back. They're already watching, he says. I can't stay. Your chest tightens. Wait, but he shakes his head, his voice sharp now, urgent. Remember. And then he turns, walking quickly down the alley, disappearing into the shadows. You stand there frozen, the scrap of paper burning hot in your palm, your breath shallow, your pulse hammering in your ears. The world feels still, too still. You glance back toward the street, and there, parked across the way, is the black car. Its windows are dark, its surface gleaming, its engine silent. You clutch the paper tighter, hiding it deep in your pocket, your body trembling. The feeling of eyes presses against you, heavy and unrelenting. But this time, beneath the fear, something else stirs. A spark, because for the first time, someone has spoken. For the first time, someone has warned you. And now you know you are not alone. That night, you lie in bed with the scrap of paper clutched in your fist, the words of the stranger echoing in your mind. You have to remember. The whispers creep through the silence as they always do. Do not look. Do not speak, do not remember, but for the first time, you whisper back, I will. It begins with a clock. The one in your bedroom, the one you've stared at through countless sleepless nights. Its tick has always been steady, patient, a rhythm you can rely on, until now. Because when you wake tonight, the clock reads 1:14 a.m. The hum is in the walls, in your chest, low and steady. You blink, your body heavy, your mind fogged, and for just a moment you swear there's light spilling faintly through the curtains. Soft, silver, unnatural. You close your eyes, and when you open them again, the clock reads 4:52, hours gone, the blanket tangled, your wrist burning faintly with heat, but no memory of what happened in between. At first, you tell yourself it was sleep, just restless dreams, fractured hours, the body's way of surviving its own exhaustion. But the feeling is wrong, too sharp, too deliberate. Sleep doesn't take memory. This did. The next time, it happens in the middle of the day. You're sitting in class, the teacher's voice droning faintly at the edge of your thoughts. Sunlight spills across the desk, glinting off your pencil. You tap it lightly against the paper, listening to the sound. Then there is a flicker. The light in the room bends, shifts, distorts. For a heartbeat, everything hums. And then, you are standing outside the school. The sun has shifted. Hours have passed. The hallway you just left is gone, replaced by the empty playground, the faint echo of children's laughter fading into silence. Your books are still in your arms. Your pencil is still between your fingers, but you do not remember leaving. You do not remember walking. You do not remember anything. The feeling grows worse. The gaps multiply. Sometimes it is only minutes. A blink, a hum, a flicker, and suddenly you are somewhere else, with no thread connecting the before and after. Sometimes it is hours, entire evenings swallowed into emptiness, leaving only the faint ache in your chest and the marks on your wrist glowing faintly when you return. And once it is a whole day. You wake to sunlight pouring through your window, your alarm silent, your parents calling you down for breakfast. You drag yourself to the table, groggy, heavy, until your mother looks at you strangely. Why are you dressed in the same clothes? She asks. You look down. The shirt, the pants, the dirt on your shoes, the exact same as yesterday. But when you check the calendar, it isn't yesterday anymore. A whole day is gone. The whispers follow you through the emptiness. Do not look. Do not speak. Do not remember. You hear them most in the gaps, faint echoes left behind, fragments clinging to the silence where memory should be. Sometimes you catch glimpses too, a flash of silver light, a pale face leaning close, the sound of clicking voices that aren't quite words. But the harder you try to hold on, the faster it dissolves. It is like trying to grasp smoke. The memory slips away, and only the absence remains. Your parents notice. One night, you sit at the table, your fork hovering above your plate, your thoughts lost in the fog of something you cannot place. Your father clears his throat. You've been gone, he says softly. The words strike hard, sharper than you expect. What do you mean? He looks at you for a long moment, his eyes heavy, his jaw tight. Then he says, we didn't see you yesterday. At all. You weren't home. You weren't at school. But when we asked, everyone said you had been with them. Your stomach drops. What do you mean? You whisper. His gaze hardens. I mean, we don't know anymore. I mean the same thing that happened to us is happening to you. Your mother lowers her eyes, her hands trembling faintly in her lap. They take time, she says. That's how they work. They take it, and when they give it back, it's never whole. Her voice cracks on the last word. And suddenly, you know this isn't new. They have been losing time for years. That night, you dream again. You are standing in a field, the grass silver under a humming sky. The light is everywhere, spilling across the horizon, bending the world. Your watch ticks loudly on your wrist, faster and faster until it becomes a blur. The hands spin wildly, days bleeding into nights, nights bleeding into days. You scream, clutching the watch, but the hum grows louder, drowning out your voice, and in the silver glow, the men in black stand in a perfect line, smiling, unblinking. One of them lifts his hand, and the watch shatters. Time dissolves. You wake with your chest heaving, sweat slick against your skin. Your alarm clock reads 6:03, but the sun is already high. By now, you no longer trust the hours. Each tick of the clock feels uncertain, each day fragmented into pieces you cannot hold together. You write notes to yourself, marking the date, the time, the place, desperate to keep track. But sometimes when you look back, the ink is smeared, the words are missing, the pages are blank, as if even your handwriting has been taken. At school, you overhear whispers you were never meant to hear. Two girls at their lockers, their voices hushed, their eyes darting nervously. She lost 3 hours yesterday. They always give it back, don't they? Not all of it. The words chill you, because it means you are not alone. Others are losing time too, and yet no one speaks aloud. No one admits it, because to admit it is to invite them closer. The worst part comes not when you lose the time, but when fragments return. A flash of a cold table beneath your back, a circle of lights above you, humming in rhythm, a figure leaning close, its face too smooth, its eyes too hollow, a needle glinting in the glow, and always the same voice. Forget. You wake screaming, clutching your wrist, the marks burning hot beneath your skin. One evening, you walk home from school and realize you do not know what day it is. The sun sets too quickly, the shadows stretching too far. The houses look the same, but different, their colors sharper, their windows darker. You stumble inside, breathless, and find your parents waiting. "Where were you?" your mother asks, her voice trembling. "At school," you say, but she shakes her head. "That was yesterday." The chapter closes with you lying awake, staring at the ceiling, the clocks in the house ticking too fast, too slow, never steady. You whisper to yourself the same word over and over, desperate to anchor it, desperate to hold it. Remember. But even as you speak it, you feel the hours slipping again, dissolving into silence, stolen by hands you cannot see. It begins with an idea. You cannot trust memory anymore. The nights vanish into hours you cannot account for. The days bleed together, fractured and stolen, the clocks shifting in ways that make no sense. Your thoughts scatter, dissolve, slip away. Even when you whisper them to yourself, even when you write them down, they fade. Pages go blank, ink smears into nothing, so you decide to try something else. The tape recorder sits on your desk, small and unremarkable, the kind used for dictation or interviews. It belonged to your father once, tucked away in the back of a drawer, forgotten until you found it. You turn it over in your hands, feeling the weight, cool metal against your skin. Unlike paper, unlike memory, this feels solid. If you can't trust yourself, maybe you can trust the machine. That night, you sit in the glow of your desk lamp, the recorder before you, the red light ready to blink. The house is quiet. Your parents are asleep. The air hums faintly with the sound of the refrigerator, the creak of the boards, the whisper of the wind outside. You press the button. The tape whirs softly, and you begin to speak. You tell it everything. The lights in the sky, the men in black suits, the palm prints on the glass, the whispers that coil through your dreams, the missing hours, the vanishing days. You speak until your throat aches, until your voice cracks. You pour every memory into the machine, every fragment you fear you will lose. When you finally stop, your chest is tight, your breath unsteady. You press the button again. The tape clicks. Silence returns. For the first time in weeks, you feel a spark of relief. Now you cannot forget. Now they cannot take this. The next morning, you rewind the tape. You sit at your desk, headphones snug over your ears, the sun spilling pale light across the floor. You press play. At first, it's your voice, clear, familiar. Frag. I saw the light above the fields. You breathe easier, listening as the tape echoes back your own words, your own memories, proof. But then the sound shifts, a crackle of static, sharp and sudden. Your voice fades, dissolving into noise, and then, beneath the static, something else, a whisper, not yours. Do not look. Your breath freezes. Do not speak. Your chest tightens. Do not remember. The words hiss, distorted, layered. Dozens of voices speaking in unison, overlapping, echoing endlessly. You rip the headphones from your ears, your hands trembling, your skin cold. The tape continues to turn, the machine whirring calmly, as if nothing is wrong. But you heard it. Their voices, on your tape. You stop recording for a while after that. The thought of it frightens you, that somehow, even the machine isn't safe, that they can reach through wires, through currents, through anything. But the fear of forgetting is stronger, so you try again. This time, you whisper, your words careful, your tone low. You don't speak of them. You speak of ordinary things, the date, the time, what you see out the window, the sound of the wind in the trees. You describe the smallest details, grounding yourself in the moment. When you play it back, the first seconds are fine, but then the static creeps in again, slow and patient, swallowing your words. And beneath it, a voice. We hear you. The words are flat, hollow, mechanical. We are listening. You shut it off immediately, your stomach twisting, your pulse racing. Even when you don't speak of them, they find you. Even when you talk only of the ordinary, they take it. They turn it into something else. You begin to test it, recording in short bursts, seconds at a time. Once, you record yourself counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. When you play it back, your voice counts to 5, and then another voice continues. 6, 7, 8. A voice not yours, calm, smooth, inhuman. You tear the tape from the recorder, your hands shaking, your chest burning. You unravel it, pull it from the spools, watch it coil across the floor in tangled ribbons. But even as you destroy it, you swear you hear the voices still, whispering from the plastic, faint and unrelenting. We are already here. Sleep becomes more difficult after that. You hear the whir of the tape in your dreams, endless, turning, spinning. You dream of spools unwinding into the air, stretching across the horizon like black ribbons. You dream of voices seeping through the tape, pressing into your ears, filling your head until there is no room left for your own thoughts. You wake with the sound of static in your chest, your ears ringing, your hands clutching the sheets as though they were the only thing keeping you anchored. And still, you return to the machine, because you cannot stop, because you cannot let them take everything. One night, you leave it recording on its own. You set it on the desk, press the red button, and slip into bed. You close your eyes, whispering to yourself that maybe, if you are quiet, if you are still, it will capture something. Something you cannot see, something you cannot hold. When you wake, the sun is rising. The tape has stopped. You rewind it slowly, the reels clicking, the spools tight. You press play. At first, only silence, then static, then whispers, but this time, not commands. This time, your own name, spoken slowly, carefully, again and again, until another voice cuts through. We see you. You slam the stop button, your body trembling, your skin cold. The machine sits silently. It is red light dark. It spools still. But you know the truth now. The tape is not preserving your words. It is preserving theirs. And through it, they are speaking to you. That evening, you try one last time. You press record, your voice shaking as you speak. If anyone ever finds this, if anyone hears this, they're real. They're here. Static swallows your words. The machine hisses. And then, over the recording, their voices overlap. Dozens of tones, hundreds, all layered together into one endless command. Do not look. Do not speak. Do not remember. The tape whirs on, filling the room with their words. You reach to shut it off, but your hand freezes, your body stiff. The voices press into your skull, rooting deep, holding you still. For a moment, you cannot move. For a moment, you are nothing but the echo of their command. And then, with a shudder, you tear your hand free and slam the machine off. The silence is deafening. You collapse into the chair, your chest heaving, your body trembling. The tape recorder sits dark and silent before you, but you can still hear them. The voices, on the tape, in your mind, everywhere. The chapter closes with you staring at the machine, the reels still, the silence heavy. You whisper to yourself that you will never use it again, but deep down, you know you will, because even if it only captures their voices, it is proof, and proof is all you have left. It begins with a whisper. You are walking home from school, the sun dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of red and violet. The streets are quiet, the houses lined neatly, curtains drawn, porches empty. You carry your books under your arm, your steps slow, your head filled with static. Not the sound of machines, but the static of memory, of pieces missing where they should be whole. And then you hear it. Wait, the word is soft, hurried, carried from the mouth of an alley to your left. You stop, your chest tightening, your eyes darting toward the shadows. A figure steps forward, a girl, someone from school, though you cannot place her name. You've seen her in the halls, in the cafeteria, sitting quietly in the back of class, always in the periphery, never close, never part of the whispers. But now she looks directly at you, her eyes wide, her face pale. You've seen them too, haven't you? The words strike like lightning. No one ever says it. No one ever dares. You swallow, your voice breaking. Yes. Her shoulders sag with relief. She glances around quickly, as if the shadows themselves might be listening, then steps closer. I thought I was the only one, she whispers. I thought I was losing my mind. You shake your head, clutching your books tighter. You're not. She nods, her eyes glistening. They came to me last week, after the light. 2 men, black suits. They asked me questions. Her voice falters. They told me to forget. The words slip into the air, heavy, dangerous, forbidden. And as she says them, you feel the shift. The world itself tightens. The wind dies. The street grows still. The sound of birds vanishes from the trees. The silence presses in, thick and unnatural, the kind you've come to know too well. You look around, your pulse quickening. The street that only moments ago was alive now feels abandoned, hollow. The girl clutches your arm, her grip shaking. They don't want us to speak, she says, her voice urgent. But we have to. We have to remember. Your mouth opens, words trembling at the edge when you see it. The car, black, polished, silent, parked at the end of the street, waiting. Your chest tightens, your knees weaken. You whisper, "They're here." The girl shakes her head, her voice trembling but fierce. "No, we can't let them take everything. We have to tell someone. We have to." She doesn't finish, because in that moment she flickers. Not the car, not the shadows, her. For a split second her outline blurs, her body shimmering like heat rising from asphalt. You blink hard, your heart hammering. But when your eyes focus, she is there again, still gripping your arm, still staring into your eyes. But something is wrong. Her hand feels lighter, her face looks thinner, dimmer, like a photograph fading under the sun. You whisper her name, or try to, though you're not sure you ever really knew it. She shakes her head. "Don't let them erase me." And then she flickers again. Her voice breaks into static. Her body stutters like a broken reel of film. She clutches her chest, her lips moving through the words no longer reach you. You stumble back, your books tumbling to the ground. The car at the end of the street glows faintly now, its headlights dim, its windows darker than night. And the girl, she lets go of your arm. She looks at you one last time, eyes wide, face trembling, as though begging you to hold her memory. Then she dissolves. Her outline stretches, smears, bends, until there is nothing left but empty air. The street is silent. Your arm is cold, where her hand once gripped. She is gone. You fall to your knees, your breath ragged, your chest heaving. The books scatter across the pavement, pages fluttering in the faint breeze that has returned. The world resumes, slowly, naturally, as though nothing has happened at all. The car is gone. The houses stand quiet. The street is empty, but for you. And the absence where she once stood. That night, you try to speak of it. At dinner, you open your mouth, your fork trembling in your hand. There was someone, but the words vanish. Your parents look at you with hollow eyes, their faces calm, their silence heavy. Your mother shakes her head faintly. "There was no one," she says softly. Your father adds, "There is no one missing." And you realize they don't remember, or they refuse to. Either way, the witness is gone, erased. You try at school the next day. You scan the halls, the classrooms, the cafeteria, but there is no sign of her. No empty desk, no missing name on the roll call, no whispers in the hall. It is as though she never existed at all. When you ask, the other students look at you strangely. "Who?" they say, their voices flat, their smiles empty. And you know then what has happened. The witnesses do not survive, not because they are weak, but because the moment they speak, the moment they break the silence, they are unmade. That evening, you return to the alley where you first saw her. The lamppost glows faintly, the bricks cracked and damp. The place is empty, silent, still. You whisper her warning into the dark, your voice trembling. "We have to remember." Your own words echo faintly back, hollow and fragile, but no one answers. That night, the dream comes. You are standing on the street again, the black car waiting at the end. The girl is beside you, her face blurred, her voice broken into static. She reaches for you, but her hand turns to smoke, her body unraveling. The men in black stand in the shadows, smiling, their hollow eyes fixed on you. One of them whispers, calm and certain, "There are no witnesses." You wake gasping, the words still heavy in your ears, your hand cold as though she had just been holding it. The chapter closes with you standing before the mirror, staring into your own reflection, whispering her last words to yourself again and again. "Don't let them erase me." And you know you must remember, because no one else will. It begins with paper, not the brittle kind from the library archives where history fades beneath dust and time. Not the familiar pages of your own notebook where your words smear and vanish. This is something else. Official. Clean. Too clean. You find it by accident, or maybe you were meant to. A file left half open in the back office of the school library. A drawer left ajar in the municipal records room. A folder tucked carelessly behind others. You aren't sure now. The memory feels slippery, blurred, like a dream half remembered. But what you do remember is the cover. Plain manila, no title, no name, only a stamp across the front, classified, and beneath it, in smaller letters, faint but sharp, released under redaction. You take it to a corner table, your hands trembling, your breath shallow. The room is silent around you, though you can feel the hum of the world pressing closer, the same hum that always comes when you are about to uncover something they never meant for you to see. You open it. At first, it is only lines, whole paragraphs blacked out, sentences buried beneath thick bars of ink, names reduced to nothing but shadows of letters, page after page swallowed in silence. But the fragments that remain, they are enough. Witness reported strange aerial phenomenon, silver light, moving against wind patterns, lost time of approximately 3 hours. You lean closer, your pulse racing, visited at residence by 2 unidentified males in black suits. Your chest tightens, advised witness not to disclose, subsequent memory lapses, and finally, at the bottom of the page, stamped neat and cold, case closed. Your throat dries. The report is your story, not exactly, not word for word, but close enough. A different time, a different witness, but the same pattern. The light, the missing hours, the men at the door. You flip quickly through the pages. Despi, rate, frantic. Each one is the same. Accounts of sightings, descriptions of humming, of silence, of eyes that were not human. Each one redacted until only fragments remain. 3 glowing objects above the field. Vehicle observed outside residence. Black sedan. Individual disappeared from records shortly thereafter. Each ends the same way. Case closed. You slam the file shut, your hands trembling, your breath ragged. The silence of the room feels suffocating, pressing close like a hand over your mouth, because you understand now. This is how they do it. They don't just erase memory, they erase history. Every account, every testimony, every scrap of truth reduced to fragments, censored, buried beneath black lines. Enough to hint, enough to unsettle, but never enough to prove. You rise quickly, clutching the file, desperate to take it, to keep it. Proof. Evidence, something they cannot deny. But when you look down again, the file is gone. Your hands clutch only empty air. The table is bare. The chair before you is empty. The file never existed. Or maybe it still does. You glance toward the shelves, the drawers, the shadows between them. You could search again, tear the room apart, but you know what you will find. Nothing, because they are always one step ahead. Because even the evidence of evidence is erased. That night, You dream of the pages, not words, not sentences, only lines of black ink stretching endlessly across white paper. You flip page after page, desperate to find something whole, but the redactions never end. The black bars become thicker, heavier, until they swallow the page entirely. And behind them, faintly, you hear voices. Witness non-compliant, subject neutralized, memory expunged. You wake with the taste of ink on your tongue, your chest tight, your wrist burning. The next morning, you tell yourself it was a dream, but when you check your notebook, the pages are different. Not blank this time, redacted. Whole paragraphs of your own handwriting crossed out in thick black strokes you do not remember making. Words erased but not gone, their shadows still visible beneath the ink. You flip frantically through the pages, your heart pounding, until you find one sentence untouched. They do not want witnesses. The fear burrows deeper. If they can erase not just memory, but the very words you write, then nothing is safe. No diary, no record, no report. And yet, some part of you feels a grim spark, because the redactions prove one thing: you are right. They would not need to erase what never existed. You begin to notice more. Newspapers with entire sections blacked out, library books with missing chapters, notices on bulletin boards, their words cut away. Even the signs in town look altered now, as though letters have been stripped from them. The whole world feels edited, bent, controlled, and the more you see, the more you understand. The redacted report was not a single file. It is Eve, writhing, everywhere. One evening, you hear your father's voice through the walls, low and tense. "They found another report," he says. Your mother answers, her voice sharp with fear. "Burn it. Now, before they know." The words pierce you, sharp and cold. You stumble back from their door, your stomach churning. So they've seen them too. They've hidden them, destroyed them. Because the only way to survive is to erase yourself before someone else does. That night, the phone rings again. You answer, your voice shaking. Static fills the line, and then a voice, smooth, calm. "You should not have read it." The line clicks, the dial tone hums, and you understand. They know. The chapter closes with you staring at your desk, your notebook open to a page covered in black lines, only one fragment visible. "Remember what is missing." You whisper it to yourself again and again, desperate, fragile, certain that the only truth left is what they try hardest to erase. It begins with a man you've never seen before. At least, you think you've never seen him. But the longer you watch him, the less certain you become. He sits at the back of the diner, a coffee cup before him, untouched. He wears no hat, no sunglasses, no sharp black suit, just ordinary clothes. A dark jacket, a pressed shirt, shoes too clean for the dust of the town. His face is unremarkable, the kind you could pass 100 times without remembering. And maybe that's what unsettles you most, because the longer you look, the more wrong he feels. He doesn't eat, he doesn't drink, he doesn't speak, he only watches. Not directly, not rudely, but in the way you feel when a mirror catches your reflection from across a room. His gaze lingers just enough for you to notice, just enough to press unease into your chest. You glance at the waitress as she refills coffee for the other booths. She doesn't acknowledge him, doesn't even glance his way, as if he isn't there at all, but you know he is. You can feel it. That night, you dream of him. The diner is empty. The booths are shadows, the windows black, the neon sign outside flickering faintly. You sit alone at a table, your chest tight, your hands trembling. The silent agent sits across from you, closer now. You cannot see his eyes, though his head tilts toward you. You cannot hear his breath, though his chest rises faintly. And when you try to speak, no sound leaves your throat, because in the dream, silence is not absence, it is control. The next morning, you convince yourself it was nothing, a trick of the mind, a stranger passing through. But when you step onto Main Street, you see him again. Standing outside the post office, leaning against the lamppost, watching. You hurry past, your heart racing, your books clutched tightly to your chest. You glance back only once. He is still there, but now he is smiling. The day is blue. Are together, and so does he. Everywhere you go, he is there. At the edge of the playground, at the back of the grocery store, at the far end of the pew in church, always silent, always still, always watching. No one else notices him, or if they do, They pretend not to. You try to point him out once, whispering to a friend in class. Do you see him? At the window? Your friend frowns, confused. Who? You glance back. The window is empty. Your fear sharpens. You begin to test him, lingering in places longer than usual, watching corners carefully, turning suddenly to catch him. Sometimes you succeed. You glimpse the tilt of his head, the gleam of his shoes, the faint curve of his smile. But the moment you blink, he is gone, not walked away, not faded into a crowd, gone. One evening, the phone rings. You lift the receiver, your breath tight. Static hums in your ear, low and steady. And then, for the first time, not words, but silence. Heavy, unyielding, so heavy that it presses against your skull, your chest, your very bones. You whisper, "Who is this?" No answer, only silence. But somehow, in the silence, you feel him, the silent agent. Not in the phone, not in the line, here, in the house. You drop the receiver, your pulse hammering, your body trembling. You stumble through the rooms, searching every corner, every shadow. Nothing, no one. But when you pass the hallway mirror, you see him, standing just behind you. You whirl around. The hall is empty. The mirror shows only you, but the memory of his presence clings. By now, silence itself feels alive. Every time the world grows too quiet, you feel him near. At the library, when the pages stop turning. In class, when the teacher pauses mid-sentence. At home, when the refrigerator hum cuts out. In those brief, hollow seconds, you feel his gaze. And when sound returns, he vanishes again. You begin to wonder if he is not a man at all, but the silence itself, wearing a shape only you can see. The dream returns. This time, you are not in the diner. You are in your room. The lamp glows faintly, the clock ticks softly, and the silent agent sits at your desk, his hands folded neatly, his eyes fixed on you. You try to scream, but no sound leaves your mouth. He tilts his head, smiles faintly, and in the silence, you hear him, not with your ears, with your thoughts. We do not need words. The whisper coils through your mind, cold and steady. Silence is enough. You jolt awake, drenched in sweat, your throat raw from a scream you never made. The next day you find a newspaper left on your porch. At first glance, it is ordinary. Headlines, columns, photographs. But when you look closer, you see the gaps. Entire paragraphs missing, lines cut away, spaces blank, redacted, erased. Only one fragment remains, buried in the corner. Subject observed in presence of silent agent. Subsequent records unavailable. Your blood runs cold, because now you have a name for him, the silent agent. That night, you sit awake, the sheet pulled tight around you, the lamp glowing faintly in the corner. The house is quiet, too quiet, and in the silence you feel him, standing just beyond the door, waiting, not speaking, not moving, just watching, always watching. The chapter closes with you whispering to yourself, desperate, fragile, clinging to the only truth you have left. If I can hear silence, it means he's here, and the silence answers, heavy, suffocating, endless, because the silent agent does not need words. His presence alone is enough. It begins quietly. You wake one morning with the scent of pancakes lingering in the air, the sound of dishes clinking faintly from the kitchen. You stretch, yawn, shuffle down the hall. Your mother is at the stove, humming softly. Your father sits at the table, reading the paper, his glasses perched low on his nose. The light through the curtains is warm, golden, almost too perfect. Sit, your mother says, smiling. Breakfast is ready. The plate is already waiting for you. Pancakes stacked high, syrup gleaming, butter melting into golden pools. Your stomach growls as you pick up your fork, and then you pause, because you don't remember buying syrup. You don't remember your mother humming. You don't remember this morning beginning at all. The moment you think it, the edges begin to fray. Your mother's humming falters, warps, dissolves into silence. Your father lowers the paper, but his face is blurred, indistinct, as though someone forgot to finish drawing him. The pancakes lose their scent, their steam, until they are nothing more than gray shapes on the plate. You drop your fork, and suddenly you are not at the table. You are in bed, the room dark, the clock flashing 3:07 a.m. No pancakes, no humming, no golden light, only silence, only the knowledge that you were never awake at all. The false memories begin to multiply. At first they are small, A conversation you swear you had with a friend, only for them to insist it never happened. A trip to the store, vivid and clear in your mind, though the groceries never appear in the fridge. A song you remember playing on the radio, its melody still echoing, but no one else recalls the station ever existing. Then larger things. A whole day at school filled with classes, voices, faces, only to wake and discover it is Sunday, the building closed, the halls empty, or the memory of walking home at dusk, only to blink and find yourself sitting in your room, the sun high, your shoes still clean. Time fractures. Reality bends. Memory becomes a maze with walls that shift when you're not looking. You try writing them down. In your notebook, you scrawl every detail, dates, times, events, words spoken. You keep track of what feels real and what feels false. But the next time you open the pages, the ink has changed. Your handwriting is the same, but the words are different. Breakfast was real. She never warned you. There was no girl. Sentences that you never wrote. Memories that are not yours. One night, you dream of your house. Every room is the same. Every piece of furniture in its place. But the photographs on the walls are wrong. Faces you do not recognize smile back at you. Children who are not you. Parents who are not yours. Names scribbled beneath them in unfamiliar handwriting. And yet, when you look closer, something inside you insists you do know them. That these faces belong to you. That this life is yours. The feeling twists your stomach, bends your thoughts. What if they are right? What if your real memories are the false ones? You wake gasping, clutching your sheets, your chest pounding. The silent agent appears more often now, not speaking, not moving, only standing near, his eyes fixed. And somehow you know he is the one pressing these memories into you, not erasing this time, replacing. When you see him by the window, by the lamppost, in the corner of the classroom, you feel the weight of his silence bending your thoughts, sliding new stories into your mind like seeds planted in soil. You were never alone in the field. There was no light above your house. You dreamed the black car. The false memories root deep, entangling with the truth until you cannot pull them apart. One evening, your father sits at the table, his face pale, his hands trembling around his glass of water. "I remember taking you to the park yesterday," he says. You frown. "I wasn't at the park." His eyes darken. His voice lowers. "Yes, you were. I pushed you on the swings. Your mother sat on the bench. Don't you remember?" Your throat tightens. You shake your head. "That never happened." His hands slam down on the table, water spilling. "It did," he insists. "It did." And in his eyes, you see it. The same doubt, the same fracture. They are rewriting him too. At school, the whispers spread. Students remember things that never happened. A fire drill no one else recalls. A test that doesn't exist. A teacher who supposedly left years ago but is suddenly back. Their name written neatly on the board. When you ask questions, the answers blur. Some swear it's true. Others swear it's false. But all of them look at you strangely, as though you're the one who has forgotten. And maybe you have. You begin to test yourself, hiding objects, leaving notes, setting alarms, but nothing holds. The objects vanish. The notes rewrite themselves. The alarms never ring. And sometimes you find things you never placed. A key on your desk, a letter in your drawer, a photograph in your pocket. Fragments of lives that aren't yours. Memories made physical. Proof of what they've planted inside you. The dreams worsen. You stand in a room filled with mirrors, each one reflecting a different life. In one, you are older, standing in a city you don't know. In another, you are a child, holding hands with strangers who call themselves your parents. In another still, you wear the same black suit, the same pale face, the same hollow smile. You scream at the reflections, demanding to know which is real, but they only smile back. And in unison, they whisper, all of them, none of them. You wake with tea, pores on your face, your heart breaking under the weight of truths that may not be yours. The worst comes one evening when your mother sits at your bedside, her hand brushing your hair gently. "You've always been safe here," she whispers. Her voice is soft, soothing, almost enough to calm you, until you realize something. She has never tucked you in before, not once, not since you were small enough to barely remember. You sit up sharply, your heart racing. "That's not real," you say. Her smile falters. "Of course it is." "No, you whisper, tears burning your eyes. You're not my mother. Her face goes still, too still, and then she smiles again. But it is not her smile. It is theirs. The chapter closes with you standing before the mirror, clutching your head, whispering to yourself again and again, what's real? What's real? What's real? But the reflection only smiles faintly, tilts its head, and whispers back, what we tell you is real. And you realize the truth you fear most. They are not only erasing, they are rewriting. It begins with a smile, too wide, too perfect. The kind of smile no real person could hold without their face trembling, without their lips cracking. And yet, the man at the edge of the grocery store aisle holds it steadily, endlessly, as if painted there. You freeze between the rows of shelves, the carton of milk slipping slightly in your grasp. Shoppers pass around you, murmuring faintly, footsteps echoing against the linoleum floor. None of them seem to notice him, but you do. You cannot look away. He wears the same plain black suit, the same polished shoes, the same narrow tie as the others. His face is pale, waxy, stretched too tightly across his bones. But there is something new, something more, because when he tilts his head, you hear it, a click. Not the soft pop of a neck stretching, but the sharp mechanical snap of metal shifting into place. Your stomach twists. The sound is not human. You leave the aisle quickly, your pulse racing, your feet carrying you toward the checkout. But no matter how fast you move, no matter how many turns you take, you hear it behind you. Click, click, click. Each step perfectly measured, each turn perfectly timed. You push through the doors into the cool air, the sky bruised with approaching dusk. You breathe deeply, desperate for relief. But then you see him again, standing by the lamppost, smiling. That night, you cannot sleep. You lie in bed, your blanket pulled tight, the hum in the walls heavier than usual. Each creak of the house, each flicker of the light, each silence between the ticks of the clock feels like him. When you finally drift into uneasy dreams, he is there. Not standing this time, moving, walking stiffly down your hallway, his limbs jerking slightly with each step, as though the joints do not bend properly. His head turns in sharp, unnatural angles, his smile never faltering, and beneath his breath, faint but steady, you hear it. The whir of gears, the hiss of hydraulics, the hum of something not alive. You wake gasping, sweat cold on your skin, but the sound does not vanish. It lingers faintly, humming through the walls, and you realize the truth is closer than you ever feared. The days that follow sharpen the truth. You see him everywhere. Not always near, not always close, but always there. And each time, the disguise slips a little more. Once, you see his hand twitch, fingers snapping into place like joints locking on a machine. Once, you hear his voice stutter mid-sentence, a burst of static before the words continue. Once, in the sunlight, you catch a gleam of something beneath his skin, metal, silver, shining for only an instant before the mask hides it again. He is not a man, he is a machine wearing a man's skin. The library is where you learn the truth. You are bent over the table, your notebook open, the words smudging even as you write them. And then you feel it, the pressure of a gaze, heavy, unrelenting. You lift your head. He stands in the corner, half hidden in shadow, his smile fixed, his eyes unblinking. Why are you here? You whisper. For a moment, silence. Then he tilts his head, and his voice breaks. Not speech, not words, but the screech of a tape unwinding, the buzz of a machine straining, the hiss of steam escaping. Your stomach drops. He is not trying to answer. He is trying to imitate, to mimic, to appear human, but failing. You slam your notebook shut, rising quickly, your chair scraping against the floor. The sound echoes unnaturally, sharp and hollow. When you glance back, he is gone, but the silence that follows is heavier than ever. That night, you dream again. You stand in a room filled with machines, towers of metal, wires dangling like vines, gears grinding endlessly in the dark. At the center stands the silent agent, or what you thought was him, because his skin is gone. His face is nothing but smooth metal, his eyes glowing faintly, his smile etched into the steel itself. His chest opens, and inside you see spools of tape, reels spinning, voices whispering endlessly from them. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember. The words pour from the machine, endless, layered, mechanical. And then the reels snap, unravel, spill into the air, wrapping around you like black ribbons. You wake, screaming, the echo of gears still grinding in your ears. By now, you cannot deny it. The men in black are not men at all. Some are watchers, some are shadows, some are machines. Machines designed to look like people. Machines that fail, just slightly, enough for you to notice. Machines that smile too wide. Machines that click when they move. Machines that hum when they breathe. You try to tell your parents. Your mother goes pale, her eyes wide, her lips pressed tight. Your father lowers his head, his hands trembling against the table. They're not real, he says finally. His voice is low, flat, but you hear it. The faintest click in his throat, the faintest whir beneath his words. Your blood runs cold, because now you wonder, how long has he been one of them? The chapter closes with you standing at your window, staring into the night. The street is empty, silent, but you know the machine is out there, disguised, watching, and you whisper to yourself, desperate, certain, fragile. If they are machines, then who built them? The silence answers with a click. It begins with a sound, the hollow slam of a locker door echoing down the empty hall. School has ended, the corridors are bare, and yet the sound lingers like a presence that does not want to leave. You freeze, books clutch tightly to your chest, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly above, and then you see it. Not a figure this time, not a shadow or a flicker, but an object, resting against the base of a locker, a notebook, small, bound in black leather, no title, no name, its cover worn smooth, its corners frayed, as though it has passed through too many hands for too many years. You hesitate, your chest tightens, the hallway feels too still, too silent, the kind of silence that usually means they are near, and yet you kneel, you pick it up, and in that instant, the hum begins. It vibrates through your fingertips, a faint current seeping from the cover into your skin. Not electricity, something older, something heavier, the weight of memory pressed into paper. You open it. The first page is blank, the second too, but on the third, words appear, handwritten, neat. Witness, female, age 19. Observed light above farmhouse. Subject warned. Your breath hitches. You turn the page. Witness, male, age 42. Reported missing time. Case closed. Another page. Witness, child, age 8. Claims of beings at window. Memory removed. You flip faster now. Your hands trembling. Page after page of names, ages, brief accounts, lights, missing hours, visitors at doors, whispers in dreams, and always the same endings. Warned, case closed, memory removed. The notebook is not new. It is a record, a ledger, of everyone who has ever seen them. You stumble back against the lockers, the notebook pressed tightly to your chest. The hall spins around you, the fluorescent lights flickering faintly overhead, because you understand what you are holding. This is their book, their record, and if your name isn't in it yet, it will be. That night, you cannot resist. You sit at your desk, the lamp glowing softly, the notebook before you. Your own journal lies open beside it, filled with smudged words, half-vanished entries, rewritten pages. The contrast is striking. Your writing fades, theirs does not. You flip deeper into the book, past the accounts of sightings, past the missing hours, past the whispers, and then you find something worse. Drawings, sketches of symbols you do not recognize, circles, lines, shapes that twist the longer you look at them. They seem to move faintly on the page, pulsing in rhythm with your heartbeat. And below them, single words written in sharp strokes. Access, entry, erase. You slam the book shut, your breath sharp, your skin clammy. The lamp flickers once, twice, then steadies. But in the silence, you hear the hum again. Low, steady, patient, as though the book itself is alive. You try to hide it, in the bottom drawer of your desk, under your mattress, beneath the loose floorboard by your bed. But each time, it finds its way back, sitting neatly on your desk in the morning, resting on your pillow at night, waiting by the window when you return from school. No matter where you place it, no matter how far you throw it, the notebook returns, because it does not belong to you. You belong to it. One night, you dare to turn to the last page. It is blank, but even as you stare, words begin to appear, slowly, carefully, written as though by an invisible hand. Witness, your name. Your chest tightens. Age, your age. Your hands tremble. Observed, everything. Your breath stops. And then, the last line, status, pending. You slam the notebook shut, your pulse hammering, your breath ragged. The silence in the room feels suffocating, pressing close, filling every corner. When you lift your head, you see him, the silent agent, standing in the corner, smiling faintly, watching. He does not move, he does not speak, but the message is clear. You are already in the book. You always were. That night, you dream of pages turning endlessly, each one filled with names you almost recognize, faces half remembered, witnesses who are no longer here. The ink bleeds into your hands, into your skin, until your body is nothing but words on a page. And above you, someone closes the book. You wake gasping, your chest heaving, your sheets damp with sweat. The notebook sits open on your desk, and the page now reads only one word: remember. The chapter closes, with you staring at it, trembling, knowing the truth. The black notebook is not a record, it is a living thing, a memory that does not fade, and now it holds you, forever. It begins with the hum, faint at first, a low vibration in the walls of your house, seeping through the floorboards, through your chest, into your bones. A sound not made by wind, not by engines, not by anything human. It is too smooth, too steady, too endless. You sit up in bed, your sheets clinging damply to your skin. The clock glows faintly on the table beside you. 2:14 a.m., the hour when nothing should stir, when even the crickets fall silent. And they are silent now. The entire night is hushed, holding its breath, except for the hum. It grows louder. You stagger to the window, pulling back the curtain with trembling fingers. And there it is, the light. At first, it is only a glow at the horizon, pulsing faintly against the line of trees, silver, steady, bending the shadows with each wave. But then it rises, upward, closer, until the glow becomes a shape, smooth, metallic, a disc that gleams without reflecting, its surface alive with movement like ripples across water. It hovers silently above the treetops, though the hum is now a roar inside your chest. Your breath catches because you remember the first time you saw it, the first time your life cracked open, and now it has come back. You press your forehead against the glass, your heart pounding. The UFO moves slowly, deliberately, as though searching. Its light sweeps across the fields, the houses, the empty road, painting the town in silver. And then it turns toward you. The beam strikes your window. The room floods with silver. For a moment, you cannot see your own hands, your own body. You are weightless, suspended in the glow. The hum grows louder still, shaking every cell of your being. And then you hear it, the voice. You saw us once. The words are not spoken. They are pressed directly into your thoughts, sharp and cold. You will see us again. You stumble back from the window, your chest heaving, your breath ragged. The room feels too small, too fragile, as though it could shatter under the weight of that light. You run to the door, throw it open, and step into the night. The sky is alive. The disc hovers directly above, its underside glowing with patterns that shift and change, circles within circles, lines that bend and blur. The trees sway, though no wind moves them. The earth vibrates faintly beneath your feet, and then you see them, at the edges of the street, the men in black, dozens of them, standing in silence, their faces pale, their eyes hollow, their suits too neat, watching the sky, watching you, as though they have been waiting for this moment. You try to run, but your body won't obey. The hum holds you still, pins you in place. Your limbs feel heavy, your chest locked tight, your eyes wide and burning. Above, the patterns shift again. A circle opens in the underside of the craft, spilling even brighter light across the town. It is not like sunlight. It is colder, sharper, seeping into every shadow. And in the glow, the men in black look different. Their faces blur, their outlines flicker, their waxy skin glints faintly with metal. Some stutter, glitching in and out of form. Others stand too still, as though powered down. For the first time, you see them for what they are. Not men, not human, not even alive in the way you are. They are machines, tools, and the UFO is their master. The light presses harder. Your mind fills with fragments not your own. Images of vast fields of stars, machines lined in endless rows, whispers in languages you cannot understand, and always the command beneath it all: forget. You fight to hold on, to remember the notebook, the missing hours, the girl who vanished. You cling to every fragment, every scar, every hum, but the harder you hold, the heavier the command becomes. Forget. Your head pounds, your vision blurs, the world tilts, and then silence. You wake in the field. Dew clings to the grass. The horizon glows with the first light of dawn. Birds call faintly in the distance, their songs soft and uncertain. For a moment, you think it was a dream, until you lift your hand and see the mark on your wrist, the triangle of dots, fresh, burning. Beside it, a new line, straight, precise, as though something has been added or recorded. You stumble back home, your legs weak, your head aching. The streets are empty, the houses still, but you see them. Faces in windows, curtains shifting, eyes staring out, pale and wide, before vanishing into the shadows. Others saw it too, others remember, but none will speak, because the men in black still stand at the corners, watching, waiting, and above, the sky is empty once more. The UFO has gone, for now. That night, you lie awake, the hum still echoing faintly in your bones. You close your eyes, but the light remains burned against your vision, impossible to erase. And in the silence, you hear the voice again. You saw us once. A pause. You will see us again. The words echo, heavy, certain, because you know the truth now. The UFO does not visit, it returns, and each time, it takes more. The chapter closes with you sitting by the window, staring at the stars, whispering to yourself a single fragile promise: I will remember. Even as the hum begins again in the distance, it begins with the radio. The old one in the corner of the living room, the one your parents never use anymore. Dust clings to its dials, its speakers crackle faintly with static. No one touched it, no one turned it on, and yet, in the dead of night, it begins to hum. You wake to the sound, low, uneven, not music, not voices, a pulse, a signal. You creep down the hallway, your bare feet whispering against the floor. The house is silent otherwise. Your parents' doors are shut, their breathing absent, too absent, as though they are not there at all. The radio glows faintly in the dark, its dial flickering, though no hand has moved it. You draw closer, your chest tight, your hands trembling, and then, through the static, a voice, not a whisper, not a distortion, clear, cold. This is your final warning. Your breath freezes. The voice does not belong to anyone you know. It is neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It is flat, mechanical, almost hollow, and yet beneath it, there is something else. Layers of voices, dozens, hundreds, all speaking in unison, woven into one. You have seen too much. Static crackles. The dial twitches. You were told to forget. The hum deepens, vibrating the floorboards beneath your feet. You refused. You clutch the edge of the table, your knuckles white, your throat dry. The voice continues. We gave you silence. You broke it. We gave you shadows. You chased them. We gave you false memories. You remembered. The words weigh heavy, each one striking like a hammer against your chest. And then the pause, a silence sharper than sound, until the voice returns. There will not be another chance. You whisper, your voice barely audible. What do you want from me? The radio hisses, the lights flicker, and the answer comes. Obedience. The word coils through your skull, vibrating in your bones. You will not look. You will not speak. You will not remember. The static surges, drowning the words in a wave of distortion. For a moment, you think it is over, but then the voice returns, sharper, closer, or you will vanish. The air grows heavy. You stagger back, your chest heaving, the walls pressing closer. The radio hums louder, its dial spinning wildly, its glow flaring until the whole room is bathed in pale light. And within the glow, you see them, figures standing in the corners, men in black, dozens, silent, still, watching. Their faces are blurred, their eyes hollow, their smiles fixed. They do not move, they do not speak, because the radio speaks for them. This is your final warning. The words echo again, layered and endless, filling every corner of the room, every corner of your mind. Comply, forget, obey. You cover your ears, but the sound seeps through. You shut your eyes, but the light presses still. Your body trembles, your thoughts fracture, and then silence. The glow fades, the dial stills, the radio is dark, the figures are gone, as though nothing happened at all. But you know it did, because the words linger, the warning clings, not whispered this time, not hidden in shadows, spoken clearly, directly, to you. The next day, the town feels different, quieter, heavier. Neighbors avoid each other's eyes more carefully than ever. Students at school move like ghosts through the halls, their conversations clipped, their laughter hollow. Teachers speak in measured tones, their smiles too sharp. The warning has spread. You can feel it in the way no one lingers, in the way doors close too quickly, in the way silence has become the only safe language. Everyone has heard it, but only you admit it. That evening you find the notebook again. It lies open on your desk, though you never touched it. The page has changed. Your name is written there. Beside it, final warning issued. You slam it shut, your hands shaking, your heart pounding. The hum fills the walls, faint but steady, and you understand. This is not just a threat, it is a countdown. That night, the dream comes. You are standing in a vast, dark plain, stars burning faintly above. The UFO hovers silently overhead, its silver glow spilling across the horizon. The men in black stand in a circle around you, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. The silent agent steps forward, his smile sharp, his presence suffocating. And from all of them, in unison, the voice, "This is your final warning." The words strike like thunder, vibrating the ground, shaking the sky. Come! Ply, or cease. The light floods your vision, white and blinding. You wake gasping, your sheets tangled, your wrist burning. And on your skin, a new mark. Not the triangle of dots, not the line. A circle, closed, final. The chapter closes with you sitting in the dark, staring at your wrist, whispering to yourself, fragile but defiant, "I will not forget." But the silence answers, heavy and unyielding, because you know the truth. The warning was not a lie, it was a promise. It begins with the wind stopping. One moment, the trees outside your window rustle gently, their branches scratching faintly against the siding. The next, the sound is gone, not lessened, not faded, gone. You sit up in bed, your heart quickening, your ears straining for something, anything. A passing car, a barking dog, a whisper of leaves, nothing. The world is empty. You rise slowly, your bare feet pressing against the cold floorboards, and open the window. The night stretches before you, moonlight spilling across the quiet street. The air is still, unmoving, heavy. Even the crickets are silent, even the owls, even the insects that hum endlessly through summer nights. All gone. The night has no voice. You step outside, each creak of the porch boards loud in your ears, louder than it should be. But when you pause, when you listen again, even that sound fades quickly into nothing, swallowed whole by the silence. Your chest tightens. It feels less like quiet and more like absence, as if sound itself has been erased, as if the world is holding its breath. You walk down the street. The house is lined neat and dark, every window shut, every door closed. Curtains hang still, unmoved by breeze. No lamps glow behind the glass. The town sleeps, or pretends to, but you feel them. Eyes watching from behind the curtains, faces hidden in the dark, the same dread pressing against your back with every step. And yet no one dares speak, no one dares break the silence, because tonight, silence is not safety, it is command. The black car waits at the corner, its windows gleam faintly in the moonlight, its surface flawless, its tires motionless. The engine does not hum, no lights glow, it is as silent as the night around it. But you know it is not empty. You feel them inside, watching, waiting, silent. You keep walking, down the main street, past the diner, the post office, the library. Places that once carried noise, laughter, voices, footsteps, life, now all swallowed. You push open the diner's door. The bell above it silent, though it should ring. The booths are empty. The counter is bare. The coffee pot gleams faintly under the moonlight spilling through the blinds. No sound greets you, not the hum of the refrigerator, not the buzz of the neon sign, just silence. and in the corner booth, a figure, the silent agent, still, smiling. You do not speak, because you know he would not answer. Not tonight. Tonight belongs to silence. Back outside, the world feels heavier. The stars above seem dimmer. The moon glows too bright, too sharp, painting the streets in silver. Shadows stretch long and thin, but even they make no sound when you move through them. It is as if the town has been pulled out of time, placed under glass, frozen in a single, endless moment, and you are the only one awake inside it. You wander to the schoolyard. The swings hang limp, unmoving. The slide gleams faintly in the moonlight. The basketball hoop stands crooked, abandoned. You touch the chains of the swing, half expecting them to rattle. They do not. You push it lightly, watching it sway, but it moves without sound, cutting the air silently, its chains mute. The sight twists your stomach, chills your blood, because sound has not simply been swallowed, it has been removed, erased. The farther you walk, the stronger the weight becomes. Every step feels muffled, dampened, stolen. Your own breathing grows faint, shallow, until you cannot tell if you are breathing at all. Panic claws at your chest. You open your mouth, desperate, and let out a cry. No sound leaves your throat. Your lips move. Your lungs strain, but nothing emerges. The silence has taken even your voice. And then you hear it, not through your ears, through your mind. This is the night of silence. The words press co-LD against your skull, smooth and steady. No voices, no witnesses, no memory. You spin wildly, your eyes searching the empty street, the silent houses, the black car at the corner, and you see them. See, this is your final warning. The words echo again, layered and endless, filling every corner of the room, every corner of your mind. Comply, forget, obey. You cover your ears, but the sound seeps through. You shut your eyes, but the light presses still. Your body trembles, your thoughts fracture, and then silence. The glow fades, the dial stills, the radio is dark, the figures are gone, as though nothing happened at all. But you know it did, because the words linger, the warning clings, not whispered this time, not hidden in shadows, spoken clearly, directly, to you. The next day, the town feels different, quieter, heavier. Neighbors avoid each other's eyes more carefully than ever. Students at school move like ghosts through the halls, their conversations clipped, their laughter hollow. Teachers speak in measured tones, their smiles too sharp. The warning has spread. You can feel it in the way no one lingers, in the way doors close too quickly, in the way silence has become the only safe language. Everyone has heard it, but only you admit it. That evening you find the notebook again. It lies open on your desk, though you never touched it. The page has changed. Your name is written there. Beside it, final warning issued. You slam it shut, your hands shaking, your heart pounding. The hum fills the walls, faint but steady, and you understand. This is not just a threat. It is a countdown. That night, the dream comes. You are standing in a vast, dark plain, stars burning faintly above. The UFO hovers silently overhead, its silver glow spilling across the horizon. The men in black stand in a circle around you, their faces pale, their eyes hollow. The silent agent steps forward, his smile sharp, his presence suffocating. And from all of them, in unison, the voice, "This is your final warning." The words strike like thunder, vibrating the ground, shaking the sky. Come! Ply, or cease. The light floods your vision, white and blinding. You wake gasping, your sheets tangled, your wrist burning. And on your skin, a new mark. Not the triangle of dots, not the line. A circle, closed, final. The chapter closes with you sitting in the dark, staring at your wrist, whispering to yourself, fragile but defiant, "I will not forget." But the silence answers, heavy and unyielding, because you know the truth. The warning was not a lie, it was a promise. It begins with the wind stopping. One moment, the trees outside your window rustle gently, their branches scratching faintly against the siding. The next, the sound is gone, not lessened, not faded, gone. You sit up in bed, your heart quickening, your ears straining for something, anything. A passing car, a barking dog, a whisper of leaves, nothing. The world is empty. You rise slowly, your bare feet pressing against the cold floorboards, and open the window. The night stretches before you, moonlight spilling across the quiet street. The air is still, unmoving, heavy. Even the crickets are silent, even the owls, even the insects that hum endlessly through summer nights. All gone. The night has no voice. You step outside, each creak of the porch boards loud in your ears, louder than it should be. But when you pause, when you listen again, even that sound fades quickly into nothing, swallowed whole by the silence. Your chest tightens. It feels less like quiet and more like absence, as if sound itself has been erased, as if the world is holding its breath. You walk down the street. The house is lined neat and dark, every window shut, every door closed. Curtains hang still, unmoved by breeze. No lamps glow behind the glass. The town sleeps, or pretends to, but you feel them. Eyes watching from behind the curtains, faces hidden in the dark. The same dread pressing against your back with every step. And yet no one dares speak. No one dares break the silence, because tonight, silence is not safety, it is command. The black car waits at the corner. Its windows gleam faintly in the moonlight, its surface flawless, its tires motionless. The engine does not hum, no lights glow. It is as silent as the night around it. But you know it is not empty. You feel them inside, watching, waiting, silent. You keep walking, down the main street, past the diner, the post office, the library, and then you hear it. Not through your ears, through your mind. This is the night of silence. The words press cold against your skull, smooth and steady. No voices, no witnesses, no memory. You spin wildly, your eyes searching the empty street, the silent houses, the black car at the corner, and you see them, dozens, figures in black suits, standing along the sidewalks, at the corners, in the doorways, their faces pale, their eyes hollow, all of them watching, none of them speaking, because they do not need to. Their silence is enough. The hum returns then, low, deep, vibrating through the ground, through your chest, through your bones. Above, the sky glows faintly. The UFO, it hovers silently, its light sweeping across the town. The patterns shift slowly across its surface, lines bending, circles turning, symbols you almost recognize. The men in black tilt their heads upward in unison, their faces expressionless, their eyes reflecting the silver glow. And in your mind, the voice again. This is your warning, made final. The words are layered, heavy, spoken by hundreds of voices at once, all pressing against your skull. Do not resist. The light sweeps over you. Your chest locks. Your limbs freeze. Your thoughts scatter. For a moment, you are nothing but silence. Then, just as suddenly, it ends. The light fades. The hum dies. The UFO vanishes into the night sky. The men in black are gone. The car is gone. And slowly, faintly, the sounds return. The whisper of wind in the trees, the creak of a porch swing, the chirp of a single cricket, fragile, weak, but real. The silence lifts, leaving only the memory of its weight behind. You stumble back to your house, your chest heaving, your voice still gone. Even when you try to speak, only air escapes. When you look in the mirror, your lips move, but no sound follows. You clutch the edge of the sink, your hands trembling, your throat raw, and in the silence, one last whisper coils through your mind. This was only a glimpse. Next time, there will be no return. The chapter closes with you sitting at your window, the town quiet, the stars faint, the moon glowing cold. You try to whisper to yourself, to cling to the only truth that matters. I will remember. But your voice is gone, and in the silence, you know they have taken more than sound. They have taken part of you. It begins with the pull, not a sound, not a voice, not even a dream, just a weight deep in your chest, tugging at you, guiding your steps. You cannot explain it, but you cannot resist it. The field waits, the same one you saw long ago, the same one where the sky cracked open with silver light. The memory of that night lives inside you, sharper than anything else, and tonight, you feel it calling you back. You leave your house in silence, your footsteps soft against the cool earth. The town behind you is asleep, its windows dark, its streets empty. Even the black car is gone. But you know you are not alone. You never are. The path is narrow, the grass tall, brushing against your arms as you push through. The moon hangs low, its glow spilling silver across the field. The silence is heavy, unnatural, the kind that feels placed deliberately, as though the night itself has been muted. And then, faint at first, the hum, low, vibrating through the ground, through your legs, through your chest. You stop. The field stretches before you, endless and open, the grass shifting faintly in a breeze you cannot feel, and above it, the light returns. It begins as a shimmer, faint, fragile, a ripple across the sky, as though the stars themselves are trembling. Then it grows, silver, bright, alive, a disk descending slowly, smoothly, its surface gleaming like liquid metal. Patterns ripple across it, circles, lines, symbols that twist the longer you look. The hum deepens, pressing against your bones, shaking the air itself. You fall to your knees, your chest tight, your breath shallow, because you know this is not a dream. This is real. The UFO has returned. The beam strikes. A column of silver light bursts downward, flooding the field, swallowing the grass in radiance. The air vibrates, the ground shakes, your skin prickles as though every cell in your body is awake. And in the light, they appear. The men in black, dozens of them, tall, thin, pale, their faces too smooth, their eyes too dark, their smiles too wide. They move in perfect unison, stepping out of the light, spreading across the field until you are surrounded, silent, watching, waiting. You try to speak, but your voice catches in your throat. The air feels too thick, your tongue too heavy, and then, without moving their lips, they answer, "You should not be here." The words vibrate inside your skull, cold and mechanical, layered with dozens of voices at once. You shake your head, your body trembling. "Why me?" you whisper. "Why did you choose me?" For a moment, silence, then the answer. You looked. The words are simple, final, and you understand. It was never choice, never fate, only vision. You saw, and once you see, you cannot be unseen. The light intensifies. You shield your eyes, but the glow burns through your hands, through your eyelids, through your skull. Images flood your mind. Flashes of stars, machines, endless rows of faceless figures, rooms filled with silver light, tables cold against your skin, needles gleaming in the glow. And then, faces, not human, not whole, smooth, blank, watching. You scream, but no sound leaves your throat. The men in black step closer. Their eyes glint faintly in the silver light, their mouths open, and from all of them at once, "Forget." You clutch your head, desperate, your thoughts scattering like leaves in wind. They press against you, bending your mind, peeling away your memories, piece by piece. The first night, the phone calls, the mirror, the notebook, all slipping, all dissolving, all vanishing under the weight of their command. Forget. You fight to hold on. You whisper to yourself, though no sound escapes, "I will remember." Your chest aches. Your vision blurs, but the more you resist, the brighter the light becomes, the heavier the hum, until you cannot tell where you end and they begin. And then, through the noise, through the weight, a new voice, different, fragile, human. "Remember." The word cuts through the static, sharp and clear. You look up. At the edge of the field stands a figure, not one of them, someone else, a stranger, or perhaps not. A face you half remember, blurred by time, by memory, by erasure. The girl who vanished, the man in the alley, a witness, another, maybe many, all layered into one. They raise their hand. "Remember." The light flickers. The men in black falter. Just slightly. You gasp, your voice returning for an instant. "I remember." The words tear from your throat, raw, defiant. The images in your mind shift. The memories they tried to erase surge back. The lights, the whispers, the missing hours, the faces in the mirror, the false mornings, the final warning, all of it. You hold it tight, and for a moment, the field is yours again. The men in black step back. The light dims, the hum falters. You feel the weight lift, but only for a moment, because the voice returns. Not the stranger's, theirs. Colder, sharper, louder. "This is not your choice." The light surges again, swallowing the field. The stranger flickers, dissolves, vanishes into nothing. The men in black step forward once more. Closer, taller, endless. You fall to your knees, your chest heaving, her body trembling under the weight of their command. "Forget." The beam begins to pull you upward. Your body rises from the grass, weightless, suspended in the silver glow. The field stretches beneath you, shrinking, fading. The trees blur, the houses vanish. Only the light remains, only the hum, only their voices, endless, layered, final. Forget. The chapter closes with you suspended in the beam, your body trembling, your mind fracturing between the command to forget and the desperate whisper to remember. And in the silence of the field, one final word escapes your lips: I remember. Even as the light swallows you whole, it begins with light, not sunlight, not the pale glow of the moon. Something deeper, brighter, colder, silver light spilling into every corner of your mind, pressing against every wall you've built. You cannot close your eyes to it. You cannot hide from it. The light is inside you now. You float in silence, weightless, suspended between sky and earth. The field is gone. The town is gone. Even the stars are gone. Only the silver remains. And then, slowly, it fades. You are not in the field anymore. You are inside. The room is endless. Its walls curve smoothly, metallic, alive with faint patterns that ripple across the surface like water disturbed by wind. The air hums softly, carrying no scent, no warmth, no breath. The ground beneath you is smooth, seamless, cold beneath your bare feet. You turn slowly, your chest tight, your pulse hammering, and there they are, not reflections, not shadows, figures, tall, thin, pale, their movements slow, deliberate, fluid in a way no human could move. Their eyes are wide, black, endless. Their mouths are still. They do not speak with lips. They do not need to, because their voices are already inside your mind. You have seen. The words ripple through you, vibrating in your bones. You stumble back, your hands trembling. Why me? You whisper, your voice fragile, nearly breaking. Their eyes do not blink. Their mouths do not move, but the answer fills you, because you remember. The words strike hard, final, undeniable. Others had forgotten, others had been erased, others had chosen silence, but you remembered, and that made you dangerous. The light shifts, and the walls bend, ripple, reshape. Suddenly you are standing in a corridor, long and endless, lined with more of them. Rows upon rows of figures, all watching, all silent, their hollow eyes reflecting the silver glow. You walk forward, though you do not mean to. Your legs move without command, your body guided by the hum pressing inside you. Each step echoes faintly, though the sound is wrong, thin, hollow, like it does not belong to you. At the end of the corridor, a door waits. It opens without sound, and beyond it, something greater. The chamber is vast, a dome stretching into infinity, its walls alive with shifting symbols, circles, spirals, lines that twist and move like living script. At the center hovers a sphere of light, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart. You cannot look away. The men in black line the chamber's edges, standing perfectly still, their forms more mannequin than human now, their pale skin flickering faintly, their movements jerking like machines on the verge of breaking. And then you hear it. Not from them, from the sphere. We are here. The voice is unlike theirs. It is layered, yes, but vast, immense, filling not just your skull, but the chamber itself. It vibrates through the walls, through the floor, through the very air. You fall to your knees, your body trembling, your head pounding. What are you? The sphere pulses, brighter, softer, alive. We are the silence you refuse. The words twist through you, confusing, undeniable. We are the memory you resist. Images flash through your mind. The field, the light, the missing hours, the notebook, the stranger's warning, the false mornings, the vanishing witness. Every fragment you've carried, every scar they tried to erase, blooms bright again. We are contact. Your throat tightens, your chest aches. Why me? You whisper again, though you know the answer already. The light pulses, steady, patient, because you cannot let go. The chamber trembles with the words. The men in black tilt their heads in unison, their hollow eyes fixed on you. We erase. You resist, and so you remain. The sphere draws closer, its glow surrounding you, swallowing you, and then it happens. Contact. The world falls away. You are no longer in the chamber. You are everywhere. Stars stretch endless across the void, their light bending, folding, twisting into shapes your mind can barely comprehend. Planets shimmer faintly, oceans glowing, mountains rising, skies alive with colors no human tongue could name. And always, the presence, the same voice, woven into the fabric of everything. We watch, we remember, we remain. Your chest tightens. Your mind bends beneath the weight. You are too small, too fragile, too temporary to carry what they are. But for a moment, you do. And in that moment, you understand. They are not visitors. They are not invaders. They are custodians of memory, of silence, of control. The vision shatters. You are back in the chamber, kneeling before the sphere, your body trembling, your hands clutching the cold floor. The men in black stand silently around you, their pale faces unreadable. The voice presses once more into your mind. This is contact. The words echo, heavy, final. You will not be given another. The sphere pulses brightly one last time, flooding the chamber with silver. And then, darkness. You wake in the field. The grass is wet with dew. The stars shine faintly above. The moon hangs low. The UFO is gone. The men in black are gone. Only silence remains. You lift your hand. On your wrist, the marks burn faintly. The triangle, the line, the circle, and now a fourth mark, a spiral, turning inward, infinite. The chapter closes with you lying in the grass, staring at the stars, your body weak, your mind fractured. You whisper to yourself, your voice barely audible, "I made contact." But even as you speak it, you feel the silence pressing close again. Because contact is not the end, it is only the beginning. It begins with a chair, the one at your kitchen table. Last night, it was there, tucked neatly beneath the wood, its legs uneven, one corner chipped from years of use. This morning, when you sit down for breakfast, the space is empty. You blink, look again. The chair is gone, not moved, not broken, not hidden, gone. The table sits perfectly balanced now, as if it was never crooked, as if the missing chair never existed at all. At first you try to explain it away. Maybe your parents moved it, maybe it broke in the night. Maybe you only imagined it was there to begin with. But then, later, the pictures vanish. The frames still hang on the walls, polished, centered, straight. But the photographs inside are blank, just paper, white, empty. You trace your fingers over one, remembering the smile that should be there. The faces that once looked back at you, your parents, yourself, a family gathered in light. But now there is nothing, no faces, no memory. The photographs have been erased. By evening, the vanishing spreads. Your favorite book is gone from the shelf, leaving a clean gap, as though nothing ever sat there. The lamp in your room disappears, replaced by smooth wood. No sign it was ever screwed into place. And when you walk outside, the houses at the far end of the street are missing. Not demolished, not collapsed, gone. The road ends abruptly where they should be, fading into a strip of grass that looks too neat, too permanent, as though nothing ever stood there at all. The people who lived in those houses, you struggle to recall their names, their faces, their voices, but the harder you try, the more the memories dissolve, like sand slipping through your fingers. By nightfall, the silence grows heavier. The crickets no longer chirp, the trees no longer rustle. Even the hum of the streetlights fades. The town feels hollow. You walk through Main Street, the familia, or buildings staring back at you like empty shells. The diner's neon sign is dark, its windows blank, its booths gone. The post office is shuttered, its flagpole bare, the flag missing. You stand there, clutching your arms, your breath shallow, and then you realize it isn't only things that are vanishing, it's people. At first it's subtle, a neighbor who always waved when you walked by, gone. The porch empty, the swing still. You can't even recall their name anymore. At school, seats sit empty, desks missing, gaps in the hall where students once passed. When you ask where they've gone, no one answers. They only stare at you blankly, as though the question makes no sense. By lunchtime, half the cafeteria is gone. The tables erased, the voices silenced. By the final bell, the teachers themselves begin to vanish, and no one speaks of it. No one notices, except you. That night, you dream of the town. It sits in the palm of a giant hand, small and fragile. Every street and house glowing faintly in silver light. One by one, the fingers close, pressing tighter, until the town shrinks, dissolves, fades into nothing. You wake gasping, sweat slick on your skin, your sheets twisted around you. And when you rush to the window, you see it. The far side of town, gone. The fields stretch farther now, the horizon wider, as though the town itself is being swallowed piece by piece, consumed by silence. You search desperately for answers. You pull open drawers. You flip through notebooks. You scan old newspapers. But each time, you find only blanks. Words blacked out. Pages empty. Photographs white. The records of the town are dissolving along with the town itself, and when you try to write, your pen scratches across the page, leaving only one word that refuses to vanish. Remember. The men in black appear more often now. You see them at the edges of the disappearing streets, standing silently where houses once stood. Their pale faces are calm, their hollow eyes fixed on you. They do not speak. They do not need to, because the message is clear. This is not an accident. This is erasure, deliberate, complete, and you are watching it happen. One evening, you run into the field again, desperate, gaspy, neighing, shouting into the silence. Why? Why are you doing this? The hum rises, low and steady, vibrating through the ground, and the answer comes, cold and layered, pressing against your skull. The town remembers. The words strike like thunder. We warned, we erased, we silenced, but it remembers still. You fall to your knees, your hands trembling, your breath ragged. Then take me, you scream. Leave the others. The silence deepens. And then, the reply, the others are already gone. The world tilts. You stumble back to your house, but it is empty now. The walls bare, the rooms hollow, even the furniture has vanished. Only your bed remains, and on it, the black notebook. You open it with shaking hands. The pages are filled with names, thousands of them, but one by one, as you watch, the names fade, until only yours remains. Witness, your name. Beneath it, final status, pending. You slam it shut, tears stinging your eyes, your chest burning. You whisper again and again, desperate, fragile, I will remember, I will remember. But even your voice feels thinner, weaker, dissolving with every word. The chapter closes with you standing in the middle of the street, the town around you collapsing into silence. Houses gone, roads erased, people vanished, only you remain. And in the distance, the silver glow rises once more, because the vanishing is not finished, not until you are gone too. It begins with an echo, not of voices, not of laughter, not of footsteps on the old wooden floors of your house. Those have all been erased. This echo is quieter, stranger. It lives inside you, pressing faintly at the edges of your thoughts, like a memory of a sound that no longer exists. The town is gone. The streets, the houses, the people, all vanished. The silence where they once stood is immense, stretching out into empty fields beneath a sky that no longer seems to know stars. Only the moon remains, pale and distant, watching with the same detachment as the men in black. You walk through what should be Main Street. The ground is smooth now, no cracks, no pavement, no signs of a place where children once played or cars once passed. It is as if the town never was, and yet you remember. That is the burden. They erased everything, everyone. They warned you again and again. Do not look, do not speak, do not remember, but you did. And now the silence is yours to carry. Every whisper, every vanished day, every fragment of light and shadow. The people who lived here, the houses that stood, the voices that filled the air, they are gone, but you still hold them, and that is why you are still here. For now, the field waits, the same one where it all began, where the first light appeared, where the hum first bent your bones and cracked your thoughts. You stand at its center, the grass swaying faintly, though the wind makes no sound. The silence feels endless, but within it, you hear them again. The men in black, not with your ears, with your mind. You are the last witness. Their presence presses in from every direction, though no figures stand before you. They are everywhere and nowhere, their hollow voices woven into the silence itself. You resisted, you remembered. The air grows heavy, cold, sharp with static, and so you will remain. You fall to your knees, your breath shallow, your chest tight. What does it mean? You whisper. Why me? Why keep me? For a moment, silence answers. Then, slowly, the truth. Because someone must carry silence. The words ripple through you, bending your thoughts. We erase, we remove, we unmake. But silence must survive. Someone must remember what has been forgotten. Someone must carry the burden of what no longer exists. You shake your head, tears stinging your eyes. I can't. It's too much. The voice interrupts. Final, unyielding. You already do. The world tilts. Images surge through your mind. The people who once stood beside you, the children in the schoolyard, the girl who whispered warnings, the stranger in the alley, all of them gone, but their faces live in you still. Their voices echo faintly in your chest. Their warnings linger on your tongue. And you understand, you are not only a witness, you are an archive, a living record of everything they tried to erase. This is your legacy. The field bends, the sky ripples, and the light returns. The UFO hovers above once more, silent, immense, its silver glow spilling across the land. The men in black appear at the edges of your vision. Dozens of them, hundreds, their faces pale, their bodies still, their hollow eyes fixed on you. They do not move closer. They do not speak again, because the message has already been given. This is not a threat, not a command. It is a sentence. You are to carry the silence forever. You stumble back, your breath ragged, your hands clutching the earth. I won't, you whisper. I'll tell. I'll scream it. I'll write it down. The hum rises, low and steady. The ground shakes. The air vibrates. And then the reply. You may try. The words burn inside your chest, but no one will hear. No one will remember. No one will believe. The men in black tilt their heads in unison, their smiles sharp, almost mocking. Silence will spread. Silence will last. That is the legacy. The light floods your vision again. But this time, it does not swallow you whole. It recedes, pulling back into the sky, lifting the UFO higher and higher until it is only a star among others. The hum fades. The figures dissolve. The field is empty once more. You are alone, alone with the silence, alone with the burden. Days pass, or weeks, or maybe only hours. Time feels broken now, fractured by absence. You wander through the empty land where your town once stood, through streets that no longer exist, through houses that are no longer there. You speak aloud sometimes, whispering names, stories, fragments of memory, but the silence swallows your words whole. No echoes return, no voices answer, only you remain. And yet, deep inside, you feel the spark. Because even if the world has been erased, even if the people have vanished, even if the town is gone, you remember. Every face, every voice, every warning, every hum, you remember. And that is what they cannot erase. That is the legacy you carry. The chapter closes with you sitting in the center of the empty field. The night sky stretched infinite above you. The stars seem dimmer now, the moon colder, the silence endless. But you whisper anyway, your voice fragile, your words certain. I will not forget. And though no one answers, though the silence remains absolute, you feel the truth settle deep inside you. The legacy of silence is yours, and you will carry it forever.